San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Back out Curry. Curry, three-pointer. In and out. Tip back out. Curry's going to get another chance. Here's the three. Got it. Back to a 5-point game. Offensive rebounds critical. 30 for Curry. James tries a three. Puts it in. LeBron James from downtown. He's got 31.
Stephen Curry, LeBron James putting on a show inside Chase Center last night. Lakers prevail 115-113. We welcome you in. It is Murph and Marcus here on a Thursday. Happy holidays. I hope everyone had a great Christmas. Back with you here. It's John Dickinson, and a pleasure to be joined by Nick Friedel here. Old buddy Nick, welcome you to the KNBR family, at least for today, my brother. What a game last night at Chase, and good to be with you, my friend.
My man, it is always great to be with you. I have so many memories that are flooding through my head right now, but as usual, we are here to discuss the Warriors and which direction they go, especially after a litmus test game against LeBron. We've seen it so often, and you thought one more time that Steph was going to bring him all the way back last night. It's just not meant to be, and having watched this team for so long the way you and I have, you sit there and wonder last night as you're looking at what's happening on the floor and what's been happening the last few weeks, when is it time to make whatever other move is available to the group? Because it just doesn't look like the rhythm is there, and it doesn't look like the spark they were looking for with the Schroeder trade and everything that has led up to that has found where they need to be in the moment.
No question. And you look at it, it's now 3-11 for the Warriors. That's 11 of the last 14 in the loss column after the 12-3 start to this season. And so they have completely given it almost all the way back here over the last 14 games, the whatever they built up in the first 15 games. And, yeah, Steph and LeBron show last night. Warriors have got to do something. I think that's the overarching theme, and you may be thinking, well, they just did something in adding Dennis Schroeder, but 4 games in, it doesn't look like it's clicking. I know Steve Kerr, before the game, had said that he really thinks, hey, give it time. Schroeder's too good a player, too smart a player. He's going to figure it out. The Warriors are going to figure it out around him. That's fine for the time being, but the Warriors really find themselves now in a position where how long can they wait around for? Because the last 14 games have really felt an awful lot like the last 2 seasons since the Warriors won the NBA championship in 2022. And it leads back to all of these decisions as to, are the Warriors going to be willing to give up their young players in an attempt to try to acquire a star? Is there even a star out there to be had that can help the Warriors enough to vault them back into championship contention? Stephen Curry has been banged up and struggling, albeit not last night on the grand national stage against LeBron as those two went at it. And we really, truly, as LeBron turns 40 this coming Monday, Nick, we are truly at a point where, and I was thinking about it before the game sitting in Chase Center, truly at a point where every time those two face off against each other, you start thinking about the rivalry winding down as Steph approaches 37 and the Warriors are in the state that they are currently. The Lakers a couple of games better than where the Warriors are at, but the Lakers have basically been trying to do the dance that the Warriors are doing now since the COVID bubble and their title in 2020. So it's two teams and players in a similar space, but every time those two go at it, it's special, and they ramp it up to face each other, and that was, it was just on full display last night.
JD, as basketball fans, we should all just savor the flavor of what we're seeing in front of us, because you nailed it. We're talking about two legends, two of the very best anybody's ever seen. But the reality is, especially when you factor in how much longer does LeBron have, a year, 2 years, maybe, max, we're talking about 7, 8 more games between the two of them in the regular season. And as we all know, who knows if health-wise the stars will align to a point where they're out there every time the Lakers and the Warriors see each other. To the point about the roster construction and what both teams have been chasing, having won titles over the last 5 years, I kept looking at what I was seeing last night, and I'm going, this is the NBA's version of the Spider-Man meme. And Steph and LeBron are the two guys dressed up looking at each other saying, hey, your situation looks a lot like mine. Because this Warriors group, they know what it is to reach the top. And JD, you and I have watched it for years. There is a point to what Kerr is saying. All right, just show some patience. Steph is still Steph. Draymond, when he's locked in and engaged, is still awesome. Schroeder's going to be better than what he's seen and what we've seen so far. But you're never judging either one of these teams on, did they get to the playoffs and did they win a series? All right, great, successful year. You're judging the Lakers and the Warriors on titles because that's how you judge the greatest players of all time. And when you're talking about LeBron and Steph, you're talking about two guys who are at the back end of their careers. And JD, if we were betting right now, especially for the Warriors, I just don't see how they're going to be able to reconstruct on the fly to a point where they get all the way back to the top.
And then that begs the question, if you don't think you can do that, would you ever pivot in the opposite direction, which would be some semblance of a tear down and or build around younger players? I think what we're seeing, though, and again, Moses Moody doesn't play last night. Jonathan Kuminga was awful for the most part in the game, other than maybe getting to the free throw line a couple of times and grabbing some rebounds in the fourth quarter. He was in the minus 20s for the entirety of the game. I don't think was even in line to finish the game last night had Gary Payton II not been injured in the early part of the fourth quarter. And, Brandon Pajemski declined from year one to year two. Trace Jackson-Davis starting to bounce back, but he, after getting off to a pretty good start, had been disappointing up until these last few games where he's been reinserted into the starting lineup. What I'm getting at is you start to look at the Warriors' young core, and they still, here now, over these last 4, coming up on 5 years, have not seen nearly enough from any of the players that they've drafted, some with lottery picks, to let you believe that any of them are even a post-Stephen Curry 1 or 2 on an NBA roster. And so it really leaves you thinking, unfortunately for Warriors fans, that this team is stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Ding, ding, ding. And on top of the lack of development, at least to this point, for the younger players that you mentioned there, JD, this is where you also have to remember that James Wiseman was supposed to be the bridge. And I know that people kind of have brushed that off. All right, let's move forward, and we're in a different time now. It's chalked up as a loss. Okay, but James Wiseman, that number 2 pick, Anthony Edwards went first. Ball went third. You're sitting there going, this guy is going to be the bridge to that next era between Steph, Draymond, Clay, and whatever happens. And when you're trying to discuss all the layers of why the Warriors are where they are, and we're going to get into them throughout the morning here, you always have to start at the fact that the organization that prides itself on being prepared and being able to get the most out of their players, especially young players, just completely whiffed on that pick. And so when you're trying to figure out why the Warriors are where they're at right now, I don't think that part can get lost in the shuffle. Wiseman, the number 2 pick, was supposed to be the guy, and it just didn't happen that way. And none of these other guys have risen to a point where you think, all right, they're ready to take over at least a portion of the mantle.
Yeah, Wiseman with Kuminga, not good enough. Moses Moody, not even on the floor last night at all. Brandon Pajemski, up and down, mostly down, second year. And then Trace Jackson-Davis, again, kind of up and down second year for him, but not by any means a player who anyone believes has future star potential. I think if he could be the kind of role player he was last night, you would certainly take that given where he was selected in the draft. So not a difference maker in a significant and meaningful way. And so, again, it leads you to what do the Warriors ultimately do in terms of really trying to go all in on the now, which I think continues to be closer to the answer. We got a great show for you here for the next 4 hours. 808 KNBR, the number, 415-808-5627. It's John Dickinson and Nick Friedel. We're going to be joined by Mike Krukow at 7:30 and Matt Mayoko at 8:50. But we are basically, other than those two guests, going to be talking a ton of Warriors and a ton of Steph LeBron with you here on KNBR. So really looking forward to it as we sit in for Murph and Marcus. It's John Dickinson and Nick Friedel right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Looking. Curry gets free. Curry puts up a three. Bang! He ties the game with 6.3 remaining.
Unbelievable stuff from Stephen Curry last night. Warriors end up losing at 115-113. We're back here. It's Murph and Marcus on a Thursday post-holiday edition. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel here on the Sports Leader. Warriors were down in this one 109-100 with a minute and 30 to go. And then Stephen Curry took it over, and the Lakers weren't in on the joke in terms of missing any free throws. They made every single free throw last night, 18 for 18, but the Warriors still able, due to some unbelievable shooting from Stephen Curry. Those last two that he hit, the one in the corner and then the 31-footer as Draymond laid out two Lakers on a screen to tie the game. I mean, Steph still got it in the tank. We don't see it as frequently, Nick, as we have in the past, but Steph's still got it when he finds it.
JD, Steph is fun. I think that is so crucial in any contextual conversation, not only about the Warriors. We're going to get into what's happening in the league and the seemingly the decline in popularity. But as I'm listening to Mike Breen there, and I'm seeing Steph shoot it from all over the place, and you get Breen to hit you with the double bang, which you don't often hear. Steph makes everybody else around him happy. Fans everywhere, all across the world, but his teammates, and you and I see it all the time, they look around at each other after he's hitting those shots, let's take last night, and they say, what the? This guy is incredible. So, as bad as things seem to be right now for the Warriors, I want everybody out there in the Bay to just take a deep breath and know that you are seeing not only the best shooter of all time, but as Kerr has said many, many times through the years, the guy who creates the most joy out of anybody he's ever played with. And that clip is just a reminder of not only how dominant he was at the end of that game last night, but just how much he still does have in that tank.
And last night is one of those nights, and there's been many, where you look around and the answer to the question that everyone's been asking really for the last 2 years as to what should the direction of the Warriors be here for the remainder of Steph Curry's tenure. Last night makes the answer a pretty simple one. Go all in and try to be as good or potentially great as you possibly can be, and stop, trying to half-ass, the way you want to look to get it done with young development and depth and all of these things. And look, you want to have depth, but I think you also, for the need to maximize Steph Curry's final remaining years, and look, that's such a loaded thing to say. It doesn't mean you got to be in the NBA Finals to be able to maximize it. It doesn't mean you got to win a championship. I think anybody with some common sense understands that it's not easy to be at that level. But to me, where I sit on it is, do everything you can to make sure that you're in the tournament, which the Warriors have not been in going back now. They missed the playoffs in 20. They missed the playoffs in 21. They won the title in 22. They do get to the second round in 23 and then miss the playoffs entirely out of the play-in tournament, getting eliminated in Sacramento. To me, it's just get into that top 6, be on the board. You would take 2 more years like 2 years ago, honestly. Maybe not exactly how it played out, but the end result of getting in, having a heroic Steph Game 7 performance in the first round in Sacramento, and then going out in a conference semifinal. You would take a team that you felt had the ability to do that. Even if maybe it only happens one of the next 3 years, but you want to put yourself in that mix. It isn't necessarily title or bust for me, even though it often gets discussed as, well, if you can't win a title, then you might as well just not make any moves. No, when Steph Curry's doing what Steph Curry did last night and did against Dallas in Klay Thompson's return back in November and did in Boston in November when the Warriors won there, OKC when they went in there and won part of the 12-3 start, all of these quality wins against really good opponents, and Steph Curry was carrying them down the stretch of those games. Minnesota this past week, the answer is clear. The answer is right there in front of you if you're the Warriors, Nick.
The answer for Mike Dunleavy, JD, is give the ball to number 30, see what happens, and put better players around him in the moment and roll the dice. And when all that is boiled down, if we're pulling the curtain back for anybody out there listening to us right now, what you and I have been talking about for months at this point is you got to move Kuminga. I mean, if you're trying to figure out, all right, what's the next step and how do we bridge what we have now and what we want to have in the future, the answer to that question, if you're the Golden State Warriors, is you can't be afraid to put Kuminga in the deal and push him away to get back somebody who can help you at a higher level immediately. Steph still has it. Steph can be the guy that can lead a team through the postseason, but the surrounding cast of this group just isn't good enough. So you start looking around and you go, all right, where are our assets and what could they potentially bring back? And if I am Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and you're sitting down and going, all right, what do we do to maximize whatever else we have of the prime that Steph is in? It's got to be moving Kuminga, moving Podziemski, moving whatever picks you have. It's time to take that step because where they're at right now is the middle, and that is the single worst place to be in pro sports. And JD, it's even more compounding when you're in the middle with one of the all-time greats in Steph Curry.
Absolutely, and I think you look at Kuminga specifically in this thing. I think I'll take it a step further. It's the willingness to trade Kuminga maybe for less than a star. I know they've been hell-bent on only wanting to deal him if it's in part of a package for a star. And I think what we're seeing, and names continue to float. Zion Williamson's name's out there. We're going to talk a lot about Jimmy Butler, as it was reported yesterday that he now prefers. I think we already knew this, and you covered Jimmy Butler in your career. He's ready for his time to end in Miami, and I think that's been the case really going back to when Pat Riley unloaded on him in the exit interviews last spring. It's hey, pay me or send me elsewhere. And Phoenix, Houston, the Warriors potentially in the mix there. Jimmy Butler now, after the Warriors miss on Lauri Markkanen and Paul George, that's the big name, even though he's 35 years old. But it's the willingness, if you're the Warriors, to look at Kuminga and some of these other younger players and make the determination that better role players, high-end role players around Steph and Draymond and maybe now Schroeder and even Wiggins, who has played much better this year than he has the last 2 years, that I think is the thing that the Warriors have tried to grapple with, that they've refused to do, that I think they need to be more open-minded in looking at now. You're not going to find that perfect deal to throw Kuminga in. You're not getting Giannis. You're not getting Embiid. You're not getting Luka. Obviously I'm kidding about that one, but you're not getting one of the top 5 to 8 players in the NBA for Jonathan Kuminga anymore. You got to come to grips with that reality.
JD, this is the Bradley Beal conversation all over again. If you're a Warriors fan over the last 5 years or so, it was always, well, Bradley Beal's out there. Why don't we do anything we can to bring him in and he can be that next piece? I think your point is very well taken, especially in terms of roster construction right now. When you look back to that team that won what I love to call the bonus title, that nobody expected the Warriors to win a few years ago in 22, what was the difference in that team? They played defense damn near every night and had an edge on that end of the floor. But to the point about the reserves and not the biggest names, Otto Porter played a huge role on that team. Jordan Poole obviously was coming into his own. We know what happened later, but he gave them a lift. Gary Payton II, he comes in, and I know he's back now, but it was different for him back then. He was playing with that edge. He was healthy. He gave that group a different look. The Warriors just don't have that in the moment. They're trying to find that type of chemistry, but I think if you look at what you're seeing, and you're being honest about the situation, if you're the front office, you're seeing a team that has the possibility to play better and to get better over the course of the season. But this is not a team that is built to win series after series in the playoffs. So you have to make moves to bolster the roster for the moment, and you can't worry about what may happen 3 or 4 years from now, because I think we'd all agree, especially watching last night as our guide and what we've seen over the last few weeks, this team has only so much more with this level of Steph. After Steph, the drop-off, I know Wiggins has played better, but it's even greater than it's been. One star isn't going to fix it. They need several more pieces, and it may not be the name brands that we're so used to seeing.
Yeah, and I think the Warriors thought that they were going to do it maybe in similar fashion to 22 with the depth and everybody in their role. I think the DeAnthony Melton injury exposed the roster construction. You take one away, you start shifting roles around. Kuminga's role's been fluctuating from starter to bench, positionally even from where he started the year playing the 3, which didn't work out, exclusively a 4. It's led to all these other different whack-a-mole type issues for Steve Kerr as far as the rotation. Players-led meeting last night. We haven't touched on that, but we will. Stephen Curry speaking about an inflection point for the Warriors right now as they sit at 15-14, dropping 11 of the last 14 after the 12-3 start. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel, right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Mike Krukow is going to join us next, but we will continue the Warriors conversation as well. 808 KNBR, right here on the sports leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back. Joining us now, the great Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Kruk, how are you? Happy holidays. How was your Christmas yesterday?
Yeah, it was great. It was kind of a surprise because we didn't think we were going to have much of a Christmas. My wife Jennifer wasn't feeling that great, and she woke up yesterday and all of a sudden, like, game on, let's go.
Yes.
So there was a strong rally, and food was great, and just the vibe was just incredible. You know, it's just Christmas is such a special day. You know, when you're a kid, it's the day. It's even better than a birthday. I mean, it's like 10 times better than a birthday. And you know what? It never changes. I don't care how old you are. It's just a great day. So I hope yours was good. Mine was great.
No, yeah, it was fantastic. And yeah, I'm one of those with the early January birthday. So I end up with I always would enjoy Christmas, and the birthday was kind of an afterthought with a little bit. So I'm kind of in that boat. It's just, you know, one of the, never complain about it, but it's one of those where they kind of get jumbled together in my lifetime, Mike.
Yeah, I was a January baby too, and you know, we got gifts that were returned. That's what we got for our birthday presents. And but you know, the good thing about being having a birthday in January, if you're a baseball player, you never lost a game on your birthday.
Yeah, no question. I got to ask you about. We're talking a lot about the Warriors game last night. I know you're a big hoop head and love watching the NBA. I mean, Steph and LeBron just put on a show last night. Those two guys, as they get on in their careers, I mean, it's to the point where you start, every time they play against each other, you start thinking, wow, it really is starting to wind down. What can you say about the greatness of those two guys just generationally in sport? Because they transcend, whether you're a former big leaguer such as yourself or, you know, NFL fan, NBA fan, like, they are just all-time greats of the great. We're talking about Willie Mays and Ricky Henderson. I mean, these two are in that mold in their careers.
Well, the thing that stands out about both those guys, LeBron and Steph, are how in such great shape they are and how they take care of themselves. I mean, when you get into the lifestyle and, you know, you have a long career, you know, LeBron's been playing for what, 22 years or something ridiculous?
He's going to be 40 next week, Mike.
Yeah, I know. And how many years has Steph played?
Yeah, this is 16.
This is 16.
Yeah, but look at their bodies. They look like they could keep going forever. And that's not God-given. I mean, yeah, they've got great talent, and a bunch of it is God-given. But, boy, you have to develop the gift that you've been given. And these two guys have done it. They've done it with their diet. They've done it with their discipline, on and off the court. And those are the things that you come to really admire in any sport. The guys who have, and the women who have had careers that have been long, because there's only one way you get to have a long career. I mean, you've got to take it. Every day counts. You don't have days off. Every day that you take off is one month less that you're going to get to play in your career. I mean, I'm serious. I can't prove that. It just seems that way. But more than anything, it's a mindset. If you say, well, you know, I'm going to take a little time off. Well, there's a little bit of you that basically says, you know, I'm kind of over this. But with Steph and with LeBron, they haven't done that, and I love the way that they've taken care of their bodies. They've been, you know, their bodies are young, despite all the minutes that they played on the court. They're still young, and when they get out there and they go on each other, you'd think they were in their second year in the league. They take it personal, and then they get after each other, and it's a joy to watch.
Mike, in the context of the Steph and LeBron conversation, there's been so much talk recently about the NBA and the seemingly decline in ratings and maybe popularity. I'm curious, from your perspective as a former pro athlete and as a broadcaster for so long in baseball, what do you do to give a sport a jolt of energy, the likes of which it seems like baseball has gotten a little bit of a resurgence here, but the NBA is now searching for moving forward, especially in this next era that isn't going to have Steph or LeBron?
I don't really know what has been the reason for the decline. I really don't. I know from my perspective as an athlete, I tried to make sure that every time I got in front of a microphone and I was talking about something that I was qualified to do. I talked about baseball, and in my world, that was what I was most qualified to talk about. It wasn't the front page. It wasn't politics. It wasn't global warming. So I kind of just, stayed on the course. And it's kind of my philosophy as a broadcaster. Look, I work for the Giants. The constituents of the Giants that has a broad spectrum of people, religiously, politically, just in views of life. And, if you opinionate and have something to say about something other than your game, you're going to offend somebody. I mean, especially politically. If you say something politically, and you say, I support this guy or this gal, half your constituents say, hey, a nice going, but the other half's going, wait a second. Well, where do you get out saying something like that? What are you, a political science major? How do you justify your opinion? And I think a lot of that has happened in sport, where guys, they opine away from what their true specialty is. And I think to a degree, in the world of sport, I think that has turned certain people off. And I don't know if that's a reason for it. I just know that's my own personal philosophy. I'll put it this way. Ben Scully was a great broadcaster and perhaps the greatest of all time. But he never came out and publicly endorsed any politician or any hot issue that was on the front page. And we were talking about it one day before the game. And he said, I keep my opinions to myself, politically, religiously, and I do it out of respect to my boss. I know that if I say something for somebody, there's somebody who's going to be offended by it. And my job is to represent a team, tell the story of that team, and honor both sides of the opinion if it wanders off of the sports page. And it just made such great sense to me. And it's something that I think more people in sport should pay attention to. You owe it to your boss, you owe it to your city, you owe it to your fan base to just stay neutral. And I do think that it's not easy to do now with social media, but I think that, somebody should, I think a lot of people should pay attention to that.
Mike, I got to ask you, just as far as team dynamics go, and I know, baseball's not necessarily the same as the NBA or the NFL, but in terms of when you were on a team that had a players-only meeting or a players-led meeting, there's come out last night post-game, Warriors had a player-led meeting. I guess the coaches were in it, but it was a player-led meeting, I guess, as opposed to players-only. When you hear players-only meeting or player-led meeting, how do those? Where did that lead you to think your team was at when that was necessary? At a point in the season.
Well, that was very important. Look, there's politics in a clubhouse, and there are coach. If you have a large coaching staff, a couple of those coaches are going to be pipelines to a general manager. A couple of those coaches are going to be pipelines to a manager, and. So, I mean, there are times that, when you say something as a player, you need to know who's in the room listening. You need to know where it's going to go. And when you have a players-only meeting, you close the doors and you don't have to worry about any of that. You worry about what's happening on your field, what's happening on your bench, what's happening off the field. And if there's something that is a negative that is pulling from the club, it is so sensitive to negativity. The old story about one bad apple spoils the whole damn bunch, right? I think the Jackson 5 made a song about that. I liked it. But point being is that's the truth. I saw it in AA baseball. We had a guy, we were in Midland Cubs, and we were loaded with guys who had a chance to get to the big leagues, especially pitchers. And the best pitcher on our team was a guy named John Schrader. And he was a guy that had been in big league camp with the Yankees. And, he made road trips in spring training with the big team. So when he came in and we made bus rides, we were talking about his experience. And it was like the Bull Durham movie. And when he started talking about the big leagues, everybody, you could hear a pin drop. And this guy was funny. And he was sarcastic, and he was negative. In Midland, Texas, that ballpark was a small ballpark with a strong wind blowing out to left, a gale blowing out to the left every night. The Permian Basin's famous for its wind, and in the ballpark in Midland, it blew out to left. So he would refer to the pitching mound as the launch pad. Who's on the launch pad tonight? And everything was negative. Well, for a guy who had respect because of his career, and he was our best pitcher, for him to say something negative, we paid attention to it. And although he laughed and it was sarcastic, it still had a negative effect in the clubhouse. Well, one day we get to the ballpark and his locker's cleaned out. And Doc Edwards, our manager, said, "You might notice John Schrader's locker's closed out. And I'll tell you why it is, because he's negative. From now on, that launch pad on the mound, that's going to be called the victory circle. And if anybody doesn't like that, you'll be gone too." And it was a great lesson. At the time, we were 8 games under 500. And in the end, we wound up being co-champs with the Giants AA team in Lafayette in the Texas League. But we turned it around. And we turned it around by changing our attitude. And that's what a players-only meeting is all about. It's about finger-pointing negativity, finding somebody who's bitching and moaning about something they don't like openly. When I got to the Giants, everybody was bitching and moaning about Candlestick Park. I mean, I heard a lot about bitching and moaning when I was with the Cubs and the Phillies coming into Candlestick, but when I got to the Giants, they bitched louder than anybody. And it surprised me. And I saw it happen with Al Rosen and Roger Craig. They came in and turned the whole thing around and said, no longer is this something that is a negative. It is our true home field advantage. And that's what players' meetings are all about. If you had an opportunity as a veteran to see something that was going wrong and a guy was openly bitching and moaning about it, put your finger on it, make it end. And that's what those things are all about.
Mike, that's the best context I've ever heard around a players-only meeting. And I would follow that up by asking, when you walk out of those meetings, how often in your experience do they actually work?
Well, that's a great question. It really depends on the type of talent you have on the club. I think they all work, in that everybody goes home and thinks about what was said and how you can look in. Because one thing that always gets said is, go look in the mirror. What more can you do? And that's something that everybody, I think, realistically does. So I think from that perspective, they're all a success. But in the real world of sport, I mean, if you don't have the horses, I mean, you're not going to win the race. but the very least that comes out of it is your young players see what true leadership is in a clubhouse, because those meetings are always being led by the veterans, and that's something that gets passed on. So they don't always work in the standings, but they always work somewhere down the road. Somewhere down the road, that meeting will pay off.
Mike, final one for you. How excited are you? All right, we're through Christmas. We're getting to New Year's. Spring training's around the corner. Once you get to New Year's, how anxious are you for the Giants to make another move here, my man?
Well, I think we're all anticipating that more is going to get done. It's just a matter of time. But I do think that, the changes to this club it's going to happen all the way till, the day before opening day. But I love this time of year because, it's the time of year where if you as a player have done your homework, meaning you've worked out in the off season, you're really anticipating January. And then there's the other guy who hasn't done squat, who's been sitting around, eating every freaking donut between Youngstown, Ohio and Scottsdale. And, you're a little panicky and whatnot. But I think from the baseball world, from fans and front offices, it's really an exciting time as you get into January because it all starts to happen. I mean, from a broadcaster's perspective, we start cutting to commercials. We start, getting amped up. The caravans start up. and you start to generate enthusiasm about a team. But nobody affects a team more in a positive way than the president, the general manager of a club, when they make a deal, like Willie Adames. But more is to be done, and I'm sure that we're going to see more.
Kruk, I'm nervous now because I've been eating everything from here to Illinois, so I'm a little worried. But it's still time.
You need to mix in the salad. Let's go. Every once in a while, mix in the salad.
That's it. I'm starting today. Appreciate you, Kruk. Take it easy, my man.
Had a bit.
All right, Mike Krukow joining us here on KNBR, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer for sedan fine savings on every model. The great Mike Krukow joining us here on KNBR. We'll continue the Warriors conversation coming up. It is 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are at an inflection point after the 115-113 Christmas night loss to the Lakers. You can check out the entire episode of Dubs OT wherever you get your KNBR podcast, that podcast and more, trending now on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Big Hit time. It's John Dickinson, Nick Friedel, in for Murph and Marcus here on this Thursday. 808 KNBR. 415-808-5627. That's the number to give us a call or shoot us a text here. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. We appreciate those of you who are watching on or listening, I guess, on YouTube and Twitch. We get a little bit of some tech issues with with being able to see Nick's mug here this morning on the stream. Nobody needs to see that, right? People have seen enough of that throughout the years.
That's
right, Nick? Nobody needs to. We can get the dulcet tones of Nick Friedel, but we don't we don't necessarily need to see his living room.
That face is my mom, JD.
Without a doubt. We're with you until 11 here today due to the holiday schedule. And we got a little college football coming up in 3 hours at 11 o'clock. So Murph and Marcus here for the next couple of hours. I guess technically we're Papa and Silver as well for an hour on this fine Thursday. But feel free, jump in, join the conversation. So much to get to, Nick, off of last night's game. I mean, the Steph LeBron show is one aspect of it. The Warriors have now dropped 11 of the last 14 after the 12-3 start. They got to do something. That's in big, bold, Sharpie letters on my notepad here as we go through the rundown. They had the player-led meeting last night, which we just asked Mike Krukow about. Steph, in his interview with Malika Andrews that aired before the game, discussing the end being near and how long he wants to play. And I'm sort of left with all the love fest of Steph and LeBron that really has been on display since the Olympics, and I think even before that. But those two teaming up along with Kevin Durant at the Olympics for Team USA has led to an entirely different perspective, I think, with Steph and LeBron and the rivalry they've had going against each other. Makes me wonder, would they ever truly team up? We know the Warriors have inquired about LeBron as recently as the trade deadline last season. And then also, you got LeBron saying after the game, I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day, getting back to that conversation where the NFL playing on a Wednesday to get a couple of games in on Christmas and take a little bit away of the NBA, kind of forcing the NBA's hand in terms of the way they schedule things a little bit later on in the day, with the Celtics and Sixers and then the Warriors and Lakers being in that 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern time slot. A lot of different directions we can go, but Nick, I want to first play this Steph Curry clip because I think it is truly indicative of where the Warriors are at, and I guess we can jump off from this point. This was Steph post-game last night. Warriors lose 115-113, addressing the players-led meeting and really just the state of the team right now at 15-14, approaching the new year on the calendar.
It is an inflection point on obviously which direction our season can go. If you looked at or guessed 30 games in, and you're one game above 500, you need some context on how you got there. I think our last, whatever it is, 14 games, it's just been tough trying to find any type of momentum or consistency. And through that, you just can't lose spirit and belief that we're a good enough team to figure it out, because this league is ruthless. This league is, it changes from window to window of, what you kind of can fall back on. And when you dig yourself a hole like that, sometimes it can be hard to pull out of. So we're right in that window where we can still regain some momentum. The next however many weeks before the break are pivotal, or else we're in a situation where we're chasing down the stretch and nobody wants to be there.
Yeah, nobody wants to be in that position. And again, the tone over the last few weeks of Stephen Curry has been exactly the tone of that clip from his post-game press conference last night. There was a moment in the game from being in the building, Nick, where he had missed a layup, badly missed a layup. There was a timeout, and Steph was just visibly frustrated with himself, but just, you can feel it mounting right now. Player-led meeting where Stephen Curry is the primary speaker of that meeting. Trace Jackson Davis let the media in on that not-so-secret occurrence last night post-game. It has really felt, though, Nick, in the last 3 weeks that things are coming to a head. Not necessarily in the negative, although the results have been in the negative, but in the sense that something is going to happen here big surrounding this team, and it's a hell of a lot bigger, I think, than Dennis Schroeder.
The tension is palpable, JD. It's palpable in that clip from Steph, who is usually so even-keeled and chooses his words so carefully because he knows how much weight will always come behind them as the face and the straw that stirs the drink for the Warriors. As I watch him on the floor, as I hear those sound bites, I go, oh man, he knows this team isn't playing up to its capability, and he is trying to find the answers, but they may not be there at the moment. So that's my first takeaway, is the frustration that you can hear and certainly see at times on the floor. The second one, and it is so crucial in the context of talking to Mike Krukow, as we just did. I thought that was great, having been in clubhouses and seen the dynamics of how pro sports teams organize themselves or don't after players-only meetings. I can only tell you in my experience in the NBA for almost 2 decades, JD, when you hear players-only meeting, the initial thought is, uh-oh.
Well, I said it last night on Dubs OT, Nick. I said it last night. Anytime I hear players-only meeting, I feel like you're at the Steph used inflection point. To me, players-only meeting is you're one step away from fracture. Like you are on the brink of fracture as a team for that particular season.
I think that is usually how things play out, at least in the NBA. The only teams I can remember that had players-only meetings that became public, JD, were teams that were just about to break apart. The first one that pops into my mind is the Chicago Bulls. That year they had Jimmy Butler, who I know we're going to talk about more throughout the day, Rajon Rondo, and Dwayne Wade. When you start having those players-only meetings, and in that particular meeting, the younger guys were just ripping the hell out of Wade because they didn't think he was working hard enough with them and as a member of the team to say what he did in criticizing a lot of the players in the group.
He had nothing built up in that locker room. He had a lot built up in other locker rooms, but nothing in that one.
100%. Now, to your point about fracture being the next step, the reason, at least for the Warriors, while I would still think they have time to reorganize themselves and get things back together, is because of Steph Curry, and it's because of Draymond Green, and it's because of Steve Kerr. They have built the trust within that room for years and years, and that trust has only been strengthened by the fact that those guys, especially Kevon Looney, you could throw in that group as well, have won at the highest level. So I don't think it's as an extreme case as we've seen in the NBA, where a team starts having these meetings and you go, oh no, everything's about to completely sputter away. When you see the performance like what they had last night in the loss, and you start to listen closely to what Kerr and Steph and Draymond are saying, what it led me to is, all right, well, maybe that deal that we've all kind of discussed and the front office certainly is thinking about is closer than we thought it would be. That remains to be seen. But that team and that group especially, they love love, in all caps, bolded all the way, Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And so long as those two are at the forefront of any conversation, I don't think the fracture is going to come in the other ways it's happened in years past with teams that have broken apart.
Yeah, it just because you get to that point doesn't mean you're going to go over and it will fracture. But I do think when you get to that point, you're at the brink. And a lot of teams, I would say more teams than not, as you mentioned, especially in the NBA, do fracture. Again, Stephen Curry, though, is the leader and the superstar on this team specifically, I think is uniquely equipped, given his personality and given his accomplishments, to help hold it together to where that doesn't happen. But regardless, I think it is evident everywhere that this team right now is reaching, I think, that boiling point. I'm not even going to call it an inflection point. I'm going to call it a boiling point because they came out and I used the old Mike Tyson line. They had a great plan initially with the depth and the balance and how they wanted to do things, and Steve Kerr's playing 12 or 13 players, and it's all working. They had a lesser schedule, but they were beating good teams too, and everything was on par. And, I don't want to put it all on DeAnthony Melton because but that moment in time with the schedule getting tougher and some injuries and some poorer play leading to more shuffling and tinkering, it very quickly they had a plan and then they got hit in the mouth. And everybody's got a plan until they got hit in the mouth. And when they got hit in the mouth with a little adversity, they've gone completely in the other direction to the point where now they are basically a 500 team, which is what they've been for the most part, plus or minus a couple of games for these last 2 years. And I think nobody in the Bay, no Warrior fan, nor does Steph Curry or Draymond Green or Steve Kerr want this thing to continue to be an extension of what the last 2 years have been. That has been a drain that nobody wants to continue to experience. So even if it becomes a different version of the same, I think it's 100% on Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and the Warrior front office to go out and do something and be unafraid that any of the current young players on this roster, giving any of them up, are going to have significant consequences 3 to 5 years down the line because somebody goes on to be a franchise player elsewhere. By the way, you're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader. It's hour number 2 for us today, 8 o'clock hour, Murph and Marcus. Big hit time here with JD and Friedel on the sports leader. So, this is a big time right now in this season for the Dubs.
JD, the aspect of where the roster sits and what has to be done to give that room a spark, that is spot on in what you just outlined. Because at this point, the Warriors kind of are who they are. And do I think that there is a level of improvement they can hit if they don't make another move? Sure. But again, this team is always judged in the context of winning championships because they've had so much success. But let's pull it out a little deeper, especially after the LeBron-Steph conversation from last night and moving forward for the NBA. The reason that it is so tough for the Warriors to build together and find their rhythm kind of behind the scenes is because there is so much hype and spotlight always around this group. Of course, that's because they've had so much success. Of course, that's because of Steph Curry and the greatness that he shows night after night. But I cannot tell you, dating back to my time covering the team at the end of the KD era and the first half of the bonus title year, how much of a drain it was for that group that had been together and had won so much to continue trying to figure everything out in the public eye. One of the reasons I think it was so helpful for them at the beginning of that 22 season where they won again is because nobody expected anything out of them.
Sure.
It was kind of like...
They were off the grid. Well,
they were
it's
gone.
Funny, Nick, we talk. I mentioned this the other day because, and we've got Matt Mayoko. We'll talk some Niners at 8:50. To me, the one thing the 49ers need next year, and I laid out their schedule, they have the most boring, unsexy schedule I think I've ever seen for next year. And so they are going to be off the grid as much as a team of their stature and their brand can be. And I think it 100% benefits them as they try to have a get-back year after having such a disappointing year. To your point, the Warriors never have that because Steph, along with LeBron, are still trying to carry the freaking league, even though LeBron's going to be 40 and Steph's going to be 37 in a couple of months.
In so many ways, the lack of growth within the NBA directly impacts and hurts the Warriors because, JD, fans are looking for something to cling on to and to follow every day. And there is so much interest still in the Warriors and the Lakers, 1 and 2, because of Steph and LeBron, and because people know them and they've gotten used to them over time. But when you watch what's happening now and you see that this group just cannot seem to find the privacy that they need to build on their own, I think that really is something that gets lost in the conversation of why it's been a struggle for them to kind of reinvent everything else around Steph and Draymond these last couple of years, because there is so much interest in this team. There always will be as long as number 30 is out there, and they're not able to go through those ups and downs that every team has to go through when they're adding so many new, and especially in this case, younger pieces to a team with always such high expectations.
Well, you know what they need? You got to drop Jimmy Butler right into the middle of this now. I don't know if it is the answer, my friend, but it is because that'll make him lower profile and more harmonious.
But if anybody could handle the spotlight and the egos involved in the room already, as somebody who has followed Jimmy Butler from the beginning of his career to now, I actually think he would fit within the framework of that room.
He's the special kind of crazy that can make it work, Nick? Exactly. Is that what you're saying? And for those that don't know, Nick, covered Jimmy Butler in Chicago, covered Jimmy Butler when he was in Minnesota. Like, Nick goes way back with Jimmy Butler.
I have seen Jimmy elevate himself, JD, from the 15th guy on the roster to the number 1 star on a team that was 2 wins away from winning the title. So I've watched every level of Jimmy's career. There are so many different things that we could get to on the topic of Jimmy Butler and his potential fit with the Warriors. But at the forefront of any of it is that I think he actually would fit with that group and could handle the pressure, the extra pressure that comes with being around Steph, Draymond, and all the winning that has been there. I think he badly wants to win a title, knowing that he's also at the end of his career. But, and deep breath here for any discussion of a Jimmy Butler trade, what would scare the hell out of me, is can his knees withstand what would come over the next couple years? And if you're a team that's trying to acquire him, is it worth it to give up all the assets it would take for a player who can still be an incredible all-star and lead a team in the postseason, but would have the injury concerns moving forward that any player of his age, of course, would deal with?
All right, we'll get into that coming up next. And to me, there's one big reason that I would pause on a Jimmy Butler deal, but with every loss, I'm kind of getting more into YOLO mode with it.
Let it fly, baby!
Like bring him in because it's going to be more interesting. Bring him in because it's going to be more talent. But there are really 2 big issues, and one of them you might not actually expect as to why I would be reluctant to make the move. We'll get into that coming up. It's John Dickinson, Nick Friedel here in for Murph and Marcus on a Thursday in the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are at an inflection point after the 115-113 Christmas night loss to the Lakers. You can check out the entire episode of Dubs OT wherever you get your KNBR podcast, that podcast and more, trending now on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Nick Friedel in for Murph and Marcus here on this Thursday, talking some Warriors. Warriors lose to the Lakers 115-113 despite some heroics from Stephen Curry, Steph and LeBron really putting on a show for the holiday audience last night. Those watching across the globe and those in Chase Center in San Francisco. Warriors at an inflection point, having a players-led meeting, and just, I mean, the loss itself last night. Anthony Davis goes out after playing 7 minutes with an ankle, and the Lakers still able to win the points in the paint battle. I mean, how many times over the last couple of years when the Lakers would beat the Warriors would it be Anthony Davis really dominating in the paint and having that along with LeBron down the stretch in a lot of these games, being able to lead the Warriors over the top, and the Warriors just unable to take advantage of Davis not being in the mix. And it just, you get a great game from Steph. Best Christmas game of his career, 38, 8 3-pointers, and you can't win it when really the Warriors have needed those types of performances from Steph against good teams to be able to win. It all leads to the big question about what do the Warriors do to try to fix this now, having lost 11 of the last 14 after the 12-3 start, Nick. I want to get back to the Jimmy Butler conversation as Jimmy prefers a trade. That report yesterday from Shams. Jimmy prefers a trade out of Miami. The two reasons, and don't laugh at the first one, but I'm gonna set you up.
What a setup!
Don't laugh at the first one. The great Nick Friedel joining me here this morning. I'd be reluctant to give up Andrew Wiggins in the deal. Because Andrew Wiggins and Andrew Wiggins has to be in the deal for salary purposes. I'd give up Kuminga. I'd give up Moody. I'd throw in TJD. If they demanded Podziemski at this point, I'd put him in the deal. Again, I understand where the Warriors are coming from, Nick, as far as if they give up young players, they don't want to give up a bunch of picks on top of the young players post Steph Curry especially. They're losing some of their leverage, I think, with every loss. But I like the notion, and I'll get to the other reason I'd be reluctant on Jimmy Butler. Although, as I mentioned before the break, it is kind of YOLO mode for me. We're approaching that. Just like get the deal done. I would prefer, if I'm the Warriors, Nick, to have Steph and Jimmy and Wiggins as your third option and maybe Schroeder as your fourth option. Like, to me, that's a team that could be in that win a round, get to the second round, make a little noise type of a conversation. I don't know that Steph and Jimmy take Wiggins away, take Kuminga away, take Podziemski away, take maybe Kyle Anderson or GP2 or somebody like that away, and you necessarily would have enough, especially when you get to the other part of why I would have a little bit of pause, and that's Jimmy Butler's availability. If you were going to get a hard-ass, going-to-play every night Jimmy Butler, I would actually be all in on it even at 35, but we don't know that that's going to be the case. So you didn't laugh. Thank you. I appreciate you not laughing when I said I'd be reluctant to give up Wiggins, but I think a lot of folks might have just driven off the road when I said that.
No. I've come a long way in my assessment of Andrew Wiggins on the Warriors. JD, the cards on the table for me were having watched, and it is fascinating, especially now that we're talking about Jimmy, because when I was sent by ESPN to go cover the Timberwolves and Jimmy Butler. It was Jimmy Butler, Andrew Wiggins, Karl Anthony Towns.
What a crew.
And Towns and Wiggins at that point, they just were not good enough. Their mentality night to night was you weren't sure what type of player was going to show up. It was a huge reason why Jimmy wanted out of there, knowing that at that stage in their respective careers, he didn't think that those two guys could ever help get him to a title. To Andrew Wiggins' everlasting credit, and to the Warriors front office for making that deal with the pick that became Kuminga for D'Angelo Russell, Wiggins fit into the system. The Warriors, the coaching staff, they were able to get more from him. I think Steph and Draymond deserve a large amount of credit there as well. But the reason I didn't laugh at you for the proposal is because Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on the title team a few years ago. Without question. He was that guy who helped Steph get everything across the line. That part I understand, although you nailed it. I don't think you get that deal done without including his contract. The thing that would scare me, it would have to be. The thing that would scare me with any conversation about Jimmy, aside from his health and the concern about his knees at this stage of his career night after night, is even if you land Jimmy Butler and you pair him with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, in the West right now, I just don't think that is enough. And that is why they're in the situation that they're in. I'd leave with this caveat, though, on this conversation. JD, always remember this. Who was Jimmy Butler's teammate for a couple years in Chicago? It was Mike Dunleavy. He knows him very well. They have a relationship with one another, and Mike certainly watched what happened not only at the end of that Bulls tenure, but into Minnesota, that brief stop in Philadelphia, and then the ups and the downs in Miami. So Mike Dunleavy walks into any conversation about Jimmy Butler with his eyes wide open, based first and foremost on his own experience.
Well, that definitely that's a component that I hadn't thought of, and it makes sense. And I think, again, this thing is getting to a point here where it's almost solely with every loss coming down to Jimmy Butler's availability. And not even availability in terms of playing, but it's availability in terms of playing and getting out there and have the dog in him that he typically has when he's locked in and when he is healthy. But Jimmy has become at times, let's be honest, a little bit of a PTO guy. I mean, he has become, not really feeling it here or there. Some of it is, I think he does play so hard that he gets banged up. But if you make that move and you're the Warriors, you need Jimmy Butler to go all out, even without the belief that he's maybe going to get paid ahead of time, right? Like, because part of why things are frayed, and we'll get into this part of the conversation coming up next, part of why everything's frayed with Jimmy Butler in Miami is Pat Riley hadn't seen enough lately from him to warrant continuing to pay him max money at his age as the number gets into the 50s and the 60s in terms of money per year. And so the Warriors would need to be having that same conversation, and I think Jimmy Butler wants to go, yes, where he can contend for a title, as was reported, but also where they're going to pay him another maybe $150 to $180 million over, say, 3 years beyond the time that he currently has on his contract as a 36, 37, 38-year-old player. Well, thank you for not laughing when I mentioned Wiggins, but then you lose it when I talk about paying Jimmy Buckets $200 million as a 39-year-old.
JD, like so many other guys in the NBA, Jimmy Butler has a very long memory, and he is a very, very proud player. He wants to win a title, sure, but he wants to get paid what he feels like he's worth as one of the top-tier stars in the league. So the Warriors, if they were to make this move, have to understand that that is part of the discussion. I don't think if you're going to go all in with Jimmy and trade away what you would have to in order to acquire him, you can make this move for a few months and then watch him walk to another team for the big money payday that's coming his way. There are so many different directions that we can go here, but the Jimmy part of this is really fascinating because on top of his shared history with Mike Dunleavy, JD, who did he play with in the Olympics in Rio in 2016? That would be Draymond. So he has built-in relationships, and he absolutely respects the hell out of Steph. He knows what he's walking into. The Warriors would have to be sure they know what they're walking into as well, especially financially.
All right, he's Nick Friedel. I'm John Dickinson, in for Murph and Marcus here on this Thursday. 808 KNBR, what do you do if you're the Warriors? 415-808-5627. We'll get to some text messages as well. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. We'll do that next, and also a truncated edition of our Cooler of Content that's coming up. We'll play some of the best sound from last night at Chase as the Warriors fall to the Lakers 115-113. It's all straight ahead right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler.
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Curry gets it back in the corner, heaves up a three. Oh, he put it in! Steph Curry knocks it down! 1-point game! 12.2 remaining.
Incredible performance from Steph Curry. That one or the 31-footer that tied the game. Both incredible degree of difficulty shots for Stephen Curry, but not enough. Warriors lose to the Lakers, 115-113. Back here, Murph and Marcus on KNBR. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel with you. Cooler of content time here on The Sports Leader. And let's just dive right into it here, Nick, very quickly and hear some of the best sounded Warriors-themed edition here with the big game last night at Chase, Warriors and Lakers. Here's the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, on Steph last night. Pretty simple.
He was sublime. I mean, just those last two shots to bring us back to a tie. One in the corner was just an insane shot. And, Steph was brilliant.
8 3-pointers made, the last two incredible, 38 points, but an L.
My man, I'm sitting here cracking up because Steve Kerr has answered that question 100,000 times since becoming the Warriors head coach. We sit in these press conferences and you watch Steph throw shots in from all over the floor, and you look up at Steve in these press conferences after, and the question over and over is, hey, how awesome was Steph? So the idea that he's able to continually put context around, hey, Steph Curry's pretty great. Shout out to Steve Kerr. As bad as the Warriors have been lately, that part doesn't go recognized enough, because that we could clip from 2018 like file footage that you would see on a television. It would be the same thing that you're listening to now.
Yeah, Steph was brilliant.
Always. Yeah. Exactly.
Brilliant, sublime.
Brilliant,
I think
sublime.
we need some Kerr standings. We need some Kerr. Like, how many times has he said brilliant? How many times he said sublime? How many times he said tremendous? How many times he say out of body experience?
It's like Mike Breen with the double bang. I mean, Steph just makes everybody go nuts, I guess.
Steph is, and we've asked Mike Breen this, and I think he's referred to it on the broadcast, on the telecast, that Steph Curry is the leader in all-time double bangs for Mike Breen.
No question.
The all-time leader, like by a lot. By it's one of those where it's like a lot of things with Steph. It's like Steph 10 and like the next player 2. It's like Steph 10, LeBron 2.
It all checks out. But
Jason Tatum 1.
Yeah, right. That one Jason moment Tatum, in time.
Jason
Tatum
Tatum
with Sublime got me.
Less than 1.
Got me.
No, I get you. Let's hear a little bit more from Steve Kerr. We haven't really talked in much detail about this because the bigger picture topics have been more prevalent with the Warriors losing 11 of the last 14. But the final play, the Warriors prevented LeBron from getting the ball and taking the shot, but Austin Reeves was in a position where he could cook. So here's Steve Kerr on that, short and sweet.
He made a great play. I thought we handled the initial part of the play well. They were trying to get the ball to LeBron at the top, and we took away that option, and then Austin made a great play.
All right, mentioned this on Dubs OT last night. Austin Reeves with he's able to get by Wiggins. Initially, I thought Wiggins was playing him to not allow him to get to the middle, and maybe a little bit of an overplay there. Reeves blew by him, and then on the play, I couldn't really decipher what was worse. Wiggins allowing him to get by him with such ease, especially if that wasn't part of the game plan, or Jonathan Kuminga back to the ball, guarding Rui Hachimura out of bounds as Reeves lays the ball up, and Kuminga's turning his head. I mean, that was horrifically bad defense on two fronts.
It's Kuminga for me, and JD. Again, if you're done leaving, you watched throughout that game, and I know that the numbers have been there for Kuminga at least in these last couple weeks. But last night, if you're the Warriors and you're trying to figure out which direction to go, and Steph calls it an inflection point, it's very clear from where I sit that the move to make is to put Kuminga somewhere else in a deal and bring in somebody who is going to have more of a consistent impact night to night. I think that play is a microcosm of what we have seen from Kuminga over the last few years, and that there are bright spots at various points all over the place. But there are other moments in time where you watch him and you go, it's just not coming along the way the organization expected. And as much promise as there still can be, he's just not good enough for where they are right now.
They're 19 clutch games now. They're 8-11. They were 5-2 at one point. So they're what is that? I'm doing the quick math. They're 3-9 in their last 12 clutch games. And here's the thing with Kuminga. It's year 4. It's year 4, and it's more flashes than year 2. It hasn't been as many as year 3 yet because we're early in the season, but it's flashes, and there are a lot of nights where Kuminga individually plays well, and there have been a couple where it has helped them win games, but a lot of the nights where he gets his or they put him in positions to get his, I feel like it's hollow. You know who he gives me vibes of, and Warrior fans are going to hate this, and I've mentioned it to our buddy Greg Silver. He reminds me a little bit of Corey Maggette. Remember Corey Maggette? He reminds me a little bit of Corey Maggette. Like if he were more of a true number two type option. Like he's going to get his, but nobody else is going to get theirs, and you're probably going to lose if he's counted on too much.
You also just described, and I think this guy is a better player right now, but that's the Zach LaVine equation with the Bulls, JD.
It's another guy you know well.
Absolutely, and it's another guy that I know Warriors fans have thought about in recent years as a potential fit, although his contract is atrocious, and what worries me as a parallel, if you're a Warriors fan, is what the contract that Kuminga wants, and the contract that LaVine got also feel very similar for the production that they have shown. So, with that said, it does feel like empty calories at various times, and I just don't see for where this group is with Steph at the forefront. Kuminga being the type of fit that, as you said, do you think he's a number 2 in the hierarchy of this group? No, I don't even know if he's a number 3. And if you're not sure and he wants that deal, it's better to move on maybe a year too early than a year too late.
Let's hear quickly from Austin Reeves. We heard from Steve Kerr on the end of the game. Austin Reeves, be ready for this one. Here's Austin Reeves on his game winner, Nick. I'm not sure if you heard this.
Describe that last Austin, describe that last play.
Man, to be honest with you, I'm going to use some words I shouldn't. I up the switch down here, and they gave Steph Curry, the best shooter that's ever played the game, a wide open 3 to tie it. I'm walking to the bench, I'm pissed off at myself, and Bo behind the bench was like, hey, forget it, go win us the game. And we dropped a play for Bron. They did a good job denying it. And, I just had to go make a play.
Austin Reeves, everybody.
Where's the dump button when you need it? I love the uncomfortable laughter just before he goes, I'm going to use some words
I'm going to use some words I shouldn't. Up the switch down here.
Yeah, but it's the reality of playing off LeBron James, JD, when you have that guy on the floor, just like is the case in the Bay with Steph, anything is possible spacing-wise because they draw so much attention. It's a credit to him to be able to make the move and get the basket to win the game. But as usual, and the parallel has been there throughout our discussion this morning, it's the Lakers, everything revolves around LeBron. It's the Warriors, everything revolves around Steph. And for the NBA, everything has revolved around both of those two for so long that it is impressive that they are still at this level at this stage of their career.
All right, final clip here. Trace Jackson Davis let everybody in on a little bit of a secret as to what was going on in the Warriors locker room before the game. So here's TJD.
No, that was player led. That was player led. Maybe
Draymond talk.
That was Steph.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel like it is kind of a pivot point of the season?
Oh, absolutely. Only be my second year, but still kind of knowing what type of seasons and basketball seasons go. You just got to keep fighting, and he's right. We're at a point right now where you can either kind of let go and kind of drop in a few more, or you can get back on the horse and start winning.
And the Warriors go out, and on a night where Steph goes for 38, they drop another one in just gut-wrenching fashion. TJD also admitted, and we're not going to play this clip, but he admitted morale is low right now. And then that all leads to what we're going to get into after we talk to Matt Mayoko again, which is Stephen Curry's post-game comments about this being a specific inflection point in the Warriors season. Not good right now when you're having player-led meetings and the face of the franchise has to get up and step up and speak, and then you go out and lose in the fashion that the Warriors lost. So we'll get into that coming up. But first, Matt Mayoko, who joins us every week, we'll talk a little Niners. Niners in a position the Warriors don't want to be, and that's playing out the string with time to go in their season. We'll get the latest on the Niners from Matt Mayoko. It's coming up next right here on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Second and goal, 2-yard line. Brock under center. It's a play action. Brock going to throw. Open. Eric Saubert. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Again, another tremendous play call, and Saubert, the old Miami Dolphin, he's played with a lot of teams.
Yeah, one of the bright spots for the 49ers in Miami, a day which saw them eliminated mathematically, officially, right before kickoff with the outcomes of the early games. So the 49ers officially now playing out the string, did so in Miami and will again Monday night against the Lions and in Arizona to close out the season. It's not Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko this morning. It's JD, Nick Friedel, and Mayoko. Matty, how are you, my friend? How was your holiday?
Great time on Sunday. Hey, we need some more sports, need some more live sports on Christmas Eve, and maybe better games on Christmas. But good time with the family. My stocking was stuffed to the gills. So all in all, a great day.
You're right about Christmas Eve. I think it was because it was a Tuesday that it just got caught in between. The NBA never plays on Christmas Eve because they make Christmas the spectacle, and the NFL, willing to adjust the schedule this season to play games on Saturday to accommodate the Christmas holiday being on a Wednesday and get a couple of games in for the Netflix crowd yesterday, although they were not enthralling games. But you're right. Christmas Eve, we were left wanting more on Tuesday, Matty.
Yeah, too bad they didn't start that San Jose State game earlier in the day, because that would have taken about a 6.5-hour chunk. Would have go 5 or 6 overtimes. So that would have been good. And you heard LeBron's closing statement in the post-game interview on the court. So maybe that's like, hey, first off, his statement was NFL back off. Christmas Day belongs to the NBA. But now maybe the NBA says, okay, maybe we got to rethink this and throw a couple games at least on Christmas Eve.
Well, and it's interesting because, the NBA, the NFL has forced the NBA to really change the calculus. They put less meaningful games and more regional games in the earlier windows where the NFL was playing. They put their, as marquee a matchup as you can get, Steph and LeBron, in the window after the 2 NFL games. So that they're clearly, and it's fascinating. And one of the things we had bookmarked to get into on the show today is that dynamic, Matt, where the NFL is really trying to push the NBA around a little bit, and with success, because there is nothing more popular than the NFL. And the conversation surrounding the NBA is more about why people aren't watching than great games like the one that was played in San Francisco last night.
Yeah, well, the NFL, they have proven, they are absolutely ruthless in every area, whether it's treatment of the players or treatment of the fans or whatever else. So, yeah, I think it's time for and I don't know this, but I saw this, but NBA ratings are way down, aren't they? So they need to adjust and just do things. They need to change what they're doing and think outside the box and create this kind of situation where, I don't know what day of the week, I guess, what day of the week would it fall on next year? Would it be on a
it'd be
Wednesday
Thursday.
or Thursday?
Yeah.
So
there's going to be a couple NFL games next year too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, if they did it on Wednesday, Matt, they're going to do it every day. Every year,
right.
There's going.
No question. But what I'm saying is the NBA needs to adjust, and they need to put a morning, an afternoon, an evening game on Christmas Eve, because I think there is a market for live sports on Christmas Eve that no one's really tapped into yet.
Matt, I agree with you completely. When the Hawaii Bowl is the star of the show on any night, well, you got a problem. But while we're on the topic of the NFL and the NBA and the ratings conversation, you've covered the NFL for such a long time at such a high level. there was a famous Mark Cuban quote from about 10 years ago where he said, the NFL is about 10 years away from an implosion. And he said that basically the NFL has gotten too fat and happy and they're not taking care of what's in front of them, and the NBA was going to pass them. As you talk to owners throughout the league, personnel people throughout the league, how much did that quote resonate in the NFL, not only booking games on Wednesdays now for Christmas, but just trying to absolutely dominate the NBA and take the power of sports over at a different level than what we've seen?
Well, I think what the NFL has done, I mean, the greed is absolutely magnificent, and they have an ability. I mean, they just it's a game made for TV, and the popularity has exploded. And so when it's over many decades, but I think once you get to a high level, then you just start, okay, more. What can we do next? And so they do have some outside the box thinking as far as, let's go international. Let's try to grow the brand in Europe. Where can we now have another international game? And I mean, there's a thought now that, there will be basically every team will play an international game every year. And it sets up where you go from a 16-game schedule to a 17-game schedule. So now you can have, each team playing 8 home games, 8 true road games, and 1 international neutral site game. So they've always kind of stayed a step ahead of just like, okay, what's the next thing? What can we look at now? And the possibilities are endless, and they're pushing the boundaries of those endless possibilities.
You're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader. It is Murph and Marcus here on a Thursday. John Dickinson and Nick Friedel in here, joined by Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt, Niners are going to be back at practice today. 2 weeks to go in the season, playing out the string. What are the key things you are looking for here in these last couple of weeks that translate to 2025 and the 49ers' ability to bounce back?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of the young guys. I mean, the offensive line is going to be kind of makeshift offensive line with no Trent Williams, no Jalen Moore, no let's see, who else? Who's the other guy? There's
Banks is out.
Aaron Banks. Yeah, Banks is out. Yep. So I mean, there's just I don't know that anybody stepping in necessarily will have an opportunity to be a starter next season because they're down. They're down basically 4 offensive linemen, 5 with Feliciano. I mean, they're just down a bunch of guys. I think the young guys. Let's see what Jacob Cowling can do. Although, he hasn't earned that opportunity in the minds of the coaching staff to get out there and play. If you're looking for an older guy, like Deebo Samuel, he isn't 30 yet. This game on Sunday against the Dolphins was kind of a throwback game for him. I mean, he had gone through 5 extraordinarily tough games where he just hadn't produced. He didn't look explosive. He did not make the first guy miss, which has been his calling card throughout his career up to this point. On Sunday, he looked like the Deebo that we have known throughout his first years with the 49ers, breaking tackles, running hard, kind of setting a tone. Because right now, his status on the team for next season is very much up in the air. So, I think Kyle Shanahan's in his corner. I'm not sure about John Lynch. He has to make more of the decision in a vacuum as far as what's best for the team in 2025. But, the Deebo Samuel I saw on Sunday, it makes that team better. And so, with his contract situation and everything else, is he back? I think it's a lot of pride too. And you talk about what to look for. I mean, if they don't show up with a good game plan, executing, they will get absolutely thoroughly embarrassed on Monday night at Levi Stadium.
It could be 52-10 if they're not buttoned up.
100%. And especially considering the last time Detroit came in here, probably the most crushing defeat in the history of that franchise. And so they're right where they want to be heading into the final 2 games of the season and then the postseason. The 49ers are far away from where they want it to be, expected to be. So, a lot comes out. And, guys like Warner and Bosa and Kittle and, the guys who try to set the tone for this team. I mean, this is a big week for them because nobody wants to be embarrassed, especially a group of guys who are as prideful as they are. It could get ugly unless they bring their absolute best game.
Matt, you mentioned so many of the stalwarts, the faces of the franchise there. I'm curious, especially as we start looking forward to next season. As it pertains to Brock Purdy, do you think that Purdy and the Niners eventually get the new deal done heading into next year?
Yeah, 100%. I just don't see any scenario in which those sides, the Purdy and his representation and the 49ers, I do not see a scenario where they don't adjust that contract to bring him up to market value. I mean, this is a guy that's basically played for the minimum for 3 seasons, 2.5 seasons since he's been on the field, stepped on the field for the first time. He's been vastly underpaid during that time. And so what the number looks like, I don't know. For the longest time, I thought, 55 would be, a good number. But considering Dak Prescott signed his $60 million a year deal average, before the season starts, the cap's going to be rising. I think it's going to be up in that area. It's going to be right there. That's the number you're looking at. And the one thing that kind of stood out to me, I think the more you watch the NFL, I think everybody who watches the 49ers, and if that's the only team you're watching, I think your vision is a little bit skewed as far as what's happening around the rest of the league. And I think the more you watch a team, the more you see, the blemishes of the team. And you see, Brock Purdy isn't playing as well this year as he did last year. At least the numbers suggest that. Last year was an all-timer of a year. The highest quarterback rating, passer rating, I should say, in franchise history. This year it's not as good, but then you look around and you see, the guys who are having worse statistical years than him. I look at, for instance, C.J. Stroud, watching him yesterday, and it's a guy that, is a tremendous talent, no question about it. And he was being hailed last season as, an absolute superstar. And I don't doubt that he isn't an absolute superstar, but, Purdy had a much better year than him statistically last season. And then this year, again, Purdy is having a much better season than C.J. Stroud statistically. When you look at the passer rating, when you look at the yards per attempt. And so it's just kind of interesting to kind of have some perspective when you look at Purdy and what's he doing. And he's still, I don't think anybody would make the argument that he's not an upper half of NFL starting quarterback. And so he's going to get paid like that. And, whatever his number is, I think it's going to be really high. Then the next guy who comes along is going to get paid more, whether that's Josh Allen at some point, if they correct his contract this offseason, whenever Mahomes signs a new deal, whenever the next guy who comes along, heck, in a couple of years, C.J. Stroud will sign a deal that'll make him $70 million a year. It just goes on and on and on. So it's just the nature of the beast. If you're a starting quarterback in the NFL, you deserve to get paid because there are very few people who can do it on the planet at that high of a level. And for Brock Purdy, he will get paid. There's no question. He's been underpaid, like I said, for 2.5 years. And so there's no reason for him to take any kind of hometown discount or anything else. And then it's up to the 49ers front office and management to make the rest of the roster fit around that contract.
Matt, final question for you in looking ahead to 2025. I'll admit, because I'm kind of a schedule guy, I went down the rabbit hole and started looking at opponents. And I know it's not completely set. I know the AFC, the 17th game, I think the league is not totally set on how they may change the formula for that, who it is next year. But have you ever seen, and I'm just going to read it with as it currently stands, have you ever seen a less sexy schedule than here the 49ers game home games, and you know where I'm going. For those that don't know, home games for the Niners, obviously the division games are the division games. Falcons, Panthers, Jaguars, Titans. Right now the Bears would be the other home, and then at Tampa, at New Orleans, at Houston, at Indianapolis, at the New York Football Giants, and if they keep the same formula, it would be Cleveland as the 17th game. That could change. Have you ever seen a?
So at they face the. What are we saying that the 49ers are finishing? They're going to finish fourth in the division.
If they finish fourth, they could finish third. They could finish third, but right now, if they finish fourth, I mean that is wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
No, it would be Cleveland, right, for the NFC North?
It would be the other one, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so it'd be at Cleveland. And my saving grace is, thank goodness, at least we go to New Orleans. That would be the one thing. But
they're not any good. That's a great city, right? But they're not. It's just wow.
Although I look at the city. That's what I look at, and I see Houston and Indy. Okay, I go to Indy every year for the combine. Tampa could certainly do without another trip to Florida. It's not.
Hey, easy, Nick's from Florida, Matt.
Oh,
careful
sorry,
there,
Nick.
brother.
Sorry, Nate. Well, where is he now? That's my question.
Matt, come on now. Florida's not that bad. The weather's nice.
Come on. Okay, well, I'm not going to say anything bad about Florida, but I will say that 2 trips there in about a month is enough to last me for quite a while. But if you look at it, if you look at the schedule, I mean, it sets up well for them, clearly. However, most of those games that we talked about, most of those opponents we talked about, the rest of the division will be, will also have those games. And then in the NFL, you just never know the fate of the division. If they, a team that finished fourth one year could end up flipping it and being the best team in the division next year. Here's my take on this, and I have a YouTube channel, and I just kind of threw it out there. I just think, let's discuss this for a brief period. If everybody comes back, if the Flyers keep the roster intact, McCaffrey's healthy, coming off the knee injury and the Achilles, and it seemed like the Achilles wasn't giving him much issues. Let's say they re-sign Greenlaw, which I expect them to do. And the vast majority of the roster comes back, and Ayuk comes back, and the rookies who had a pretty good year. Don't you think that Vegas will put them as the top team or the favorite in the NFC West next season, regardless of what happens, with the Rams or the Seahawks the remainder of the year and into the playoffs? Don't you think the 49ers would probably end up being the odds-on favorite to win the division in 2025?
I think the Rams could be, depending upon how they finish. I think the Rams might be primed to win the division and maybe win a playoff game or two. They're sort of my sleeper team, given their defensive line, and they have Stafford, and as long as they can stay relatively healthy with the receivers. But so I think the Rams are in play there. But I could see that. I also think that schedule, and you're right, you never know. Teams that are bad now or great by October, whenever those games actually come about, or December. And I mean, hell, the Niner Lions game is right in line. I mean, they thought that was going to be the game of the year at Levi's on Monday night, and it's completely meaningless for San Francisco. So I like the low profile schedule, though. I feel like that's a lot of 10 a.m.s. I think they'll still get their 5 national games because they're popular as a brand. But I think a lot of the Well, I was going to say, of all the divisions that we talked about, the one given is the Cleveland Browns are basically always going to be the last place team.
But the last time the 49ers went to Cleveland, they did not win that game, and that was the year they ended up going to the Super Bowl. So you just never know, when you go on the road. And especially, I'm not sure the 10 a.m. games are a good thing. It seems like West Coast teams always struggle when they go to the East Coast and play a 10 a.m. game.
True. No, that's true. No doubt. Although the 49ers have been pretty good. I think their good teams have been pretty good, but they haven't had as many of them since they've become a good team because you get your prime time or you get 125 or those things, even if you're playing in the East. Matt, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, JD, and sorry, Nick, about the Florida jabs, but you got.
I still love you, man. It's okay. I've heard it my whole life.
Hey, thanks, Matty.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, Matt Mayoko joining us here on KNBR. We'll come back. We'll reset everything that's going on, and I got to get a quick take from Nick on that schedule because whoa, I mean you talk about a woof. At least on paper for 2025. That is a big woof. But they will be in kind of in Nick's neck of the woods with a game at Tampa coming up next year as well. So we'll do all that coming up next. More Warriors conversation. Got to get into this Steph LeBron thing as well. NBA ratings and the NFL coming after him. All of that straight ahead here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are at an inflection point after the 115-113 Christmas night loss to the Lakers. You can check out the entire episode of Dubs OT wherever you get your KNBR podcast, that podcast and more, trending now on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Your dad played 16 seasons. You're 16 seasons. How much thought do you put into how much longer you want to play?
More than I probably have before. I think, it's okay to accept and acknowledge that the end is near at whatever point, but only because it allows you to enjoy what's happening right now. But I think the more you talk about it, the more you acknowledge it, it levels up just the sense of urgency of the moment now.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, Stephen Curry there with Malika Andrews of ESPN. Did he drop at the end is near? Nick? Did I hear the end is near? And there was some context there, obviously, which is why we played the clip. We're not taking anything out of context. We played the full bite in Steph's sit down there. Your thoughts?
Oh man. I always felt like Steph, in talking to him a lot about not only the future, but what he wanted his legacy to end up being, I thought he would play for the Warriors the whole way. It would truly shock me if he went anywhere else. I thought he would try to play 20 years. It meant a lot to him, as he said to Malika, to play 16, just like Dell did, his dad. But to hear the end is near.
The end is near at whatever point.
And to know that Steph doesn't say anything by mistake. I mean, he is very cautious with the public messaging that he wants to put out there. It's just another reminder, not only for Warriors fans, but for fans of the NBA, for fans of Steph all across the world, that the time is coming. And, JD, so much of what we've discussed throughout the show is centers around LeBron and Steph and the rivalry and what happened last night and how many more times we'll see them together. But the fact of the matter is the Warriors have to start thinking about it. Now, there's no reason why Steph's going to up and walk away anytime soon in the next couple of years. He's still playing at an incredibly high level. You can see he's still enjoying himself on the floor. But if you keep spitting out these 500 seasons and a team that maybe gets to the playoffs, maybe not, maybe gets out of the first round, but is not contending for a title again, I think that will start to wear on him more, as we've heard in some of the sound bites recently. The other thing I'd add here is Steph's got 4 kids now.
Yeah.
He wants to be a dad. He wants to be a good husband. That kind of stuff is important to him. That is not just surface level stuff that you hear from other athletes. I mean, I know him. I've been around him. I know what he's about. So I do think that all factors into less at this point is more for Steph. I would be surprised if he's playing year after year after year after year, only because I think there are other things he wants to go enjoy and do in his own life. Well, and he did add on that 1 year, $62.5 million extension. Yeah, that helps. in
the offseason.
That helps.
That helps with the 4th child, right? No.
Oh, yeah.
No. Yeah. But no, and yes, Steph, obviously the ultimate family man. But yeah, he's now signed for the remainder of this year and 2 more seasons after this year through 2027, when he would be able to be a free agent at that point, and he would be, 39 at that point, which is LeBron's current age for the next 4 days. He's going to turn 40 on Monday, December the 30th. It's interesting. I look at last night and the pregame where LeBron comes out and him and Steph, he tries to block Steph's shot during the warm up, and I really took it in a little bit on the court last night at Chase. You've got Steph doing his warm up on one end, you've got LeBron doing his warm up on the other end. They were out there together for a good 10, 12 minutes, getting loose before the game, and they embrace. And Steve Kerr pregame is discussing those two playing together at the Olympics, and just he called it the thrill of a lifetime for him to coach them. You could see how much they truly, rivalry aside, right? Nike, Under Armour, LeBron's legacy versus the up-and-comer that maybe in LeBron's eyes took a couple chips away from him that he would have won had Steph not turned out to be the legend that he is. And at times contentious, always highly competitive, but it feels like these two, as they get into the waning years of their career and playing together in the Olympics, truly appreciate each other at a level that had not been seen, or at least not been spoken of publicly or seen publicly as it was before. I got to ask you, because the Warriors inquired a year ago, and I know the logistics to this is tough, but do you think they'd ever team up? Would Steph and LeBron ever team up in your mind, Nick Friedel?
Only if LeBron wanted to come to the Bay, JD, because I don't see Steph ever leaving the Warriors at this point. I don't see him ever leaving San Francisco. So, yes, I think it is possible. But I would also add, even if you waved the wand and you made it happen, I don't think that team is good enough to get all the way through back to the top of the mountain, because to give up what you would have to make the Lakers even consider that deal is basically everything else. So it's fun to discuss. Oh, man, would we have a blast covering that team if it all came to be. I think it would be a great thing for the NBA in the moment. But also, JD, there's a reason why the Lakers played the Warriors last night in the marquee 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific time slot. It's because those two guys specifically have been the ones to generate the ratings for so many years. If you put them on the same team, everybody's going to watch the Warriors games, but, then they're not going to watch the Lakers nearly as much. I think the whole relationship between those two is really interesting, though, and I would provide this for context. One of the first professional interviews I ever did was for Yahoo. It was interviewing Steph, actually, at Davidson in Bob McKillop's office. The interview was the day after he played NC State in Charlotte at the then Bobcats Arena. Why that is important is because the Cavs were in town to play Charlotte. LeBron showed up on the floor just before tip-off and sat there and was cheering like everybody else as Steph is raining down threes from all over the place. That relationship has been built for several decades now. But you mentioned this, and this is important. That relationship got real icy for a stretch.
Oh, yeah.
Because Steph always
14, 15, 16, 17.
Exactly
Steph and Curry is the reason that he didn't get not 4, not 5, not 6.
That is exactly right.
He got 4. But
he got so. He did really good, but
not 5,
I think
not
LeBron
6.
always viewed Steph through the prism of here's a guy who is
he's a cute
like
little player.
Right, he's kind of like my little brother, and he shoots all these crazy threes, and he's fun to watch. But what Steph became, what LeBron already was, and then kind of resented Steph for, was Steph became a killer on the floor. And LeBron has shown at various points to be a killer as well, and that's why they're two of the all-time greats that we've ever seen. But this goes back to how the relationship came to be what it is now. It's come full circle because there is an appreciation and a respect that LeBron now has for Steph based on what he's done for so many years at such a high level. I think that's why, and you could throw Kevin Durant's name in there, those three had so much fun playing together in the Olympics and were working so well at the end of those games to help win the gold medal for the U.S. That was built through time, but that Steph-LeBron relationship really is fascinating because it's gone through so many dynamics and shifts over the last 20-plus years or so.
Yeah, and you look at LeBron, he's got a player option for next year in 25-26. So, again, I think the other part of the equation, would LeBron sign for the mid-level exception to join the Warriors in 2025? We'll get into that coming up. No, I'm kidding. But we will continue this conversation coming up as it relates to Steph and LeBron and the relationship and everything going on there. It's two franchises in a similar spot. And we'll also get into what LeBron had to say about the NFL coming at the NBA. It's all straight ahead. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel, in for Murph and Marcus here on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I love the NFL. I love the NFL. But Christmas is our day.
Or is it LeBron? Post-game last night, Lakers beat the Warriors 115-113. Some great NBA games yesterday. Christmas holiday, Nick, as you know from covering it for a long time, in many different cities. The slate has grown over the years. Used to be 2, right, when we were kids, and then it would increase, and now it's up to 5, and it's been at 5 for over a decade now. The games played on Christmas, so it's kind of hit or miss. Like I've like you have covered a lot of games on Christmas, so I don't always get to watch all of the other games. Typically, you might get to watch one in the morning if you're out here on the West Coast, and then you kind of got to get into your action as far as the job responsibilities and all those things. And a lot of the Warrior games that we both covered were really high-profile games. So you're getting there early, and you're doing hits, and you're doing shows, and all of those things. But the NBA, much of the discussion has been about the poor ratings and not about the quality of play. Even on a day where yesterday, Nick, the games were really good and better than the NFL games, but it doesn't matter because that's not the norm. And, LeBron kind of sending a shot across the bow to the NFL, and the NFL's not going to listen because they put games on Wednesday. And as we were talking with Matt Mayoko, if they're going to put games on Wednesday, they're going to have games on Christmas until the end of time, because that was by far the most difficult day to have it fit into the schedule. And not only are they putting games on Christmas, they are putting Lamar Jackson, the MVP of the league, 2 times over, and Patrick Mahomes on Christmas.
JD, the NFL knew exactly what it was doing because those 4 teams also, of course, played last Saturday, the big college football playoff day. So the NFL schedule
round
makers,
robin.
Yeah, they knew exactly what was happening and when the placement of each of those teams was going to be. To the broader point about the NBA and the NFL ratings, the NBA had a great day of games yesterday. They were competitive. They were fun. Certainly, it appeared Steph and LeBron, and then later on KD, took it personally because they've been the standard bearers. They've been carrying the NBA's flag for so many years. They wanted to put on a good show. The problem and the reason why, in my opinion, the NBA has had such a problem with a ratings decrease is because these regular season games, by and large, they just don't matter. There's not a lot of weight behind them. What's even worse for the league is there's not a lot of certainty night to night on who will be out there, especially the stars. In the NFL, unless it's a really bad injury, there's Patrick Mahomes, and there's Lamar Jackson, and there's Josh Allen. Those guys find a way to be out there, and the weight behind each game feels like it matters. What's happened in the last decade, and the reason why the NBA is sitting in the position that it's in, to me, is because they've lost the importance of the regular season, which is why you've seen them try to put the NBA Cup on and have different events that try to juice the intensity and the interest behind some of these games. But JD, I've covered this stuff for a long, long time, and I don't know how they generate it back. And for the purpose of our conversation, what really concerns me is when LeBron and Steph do leave. We've been talking about it all day, but when they leave, I think the NBA is going to slide even more because so many people have become so familiar with LeBron and Steph, and that next wave of talent has not come to another level where people are getting used to following their careers day to day. I think the NBA is in a really, really precarious place.
Well, it's fascinating because LeBron is a polarizing figure from the jump. You either love LeBron as a generational player and an all-time great. I mean, some have him as the greatest player of all time. There's a debate to be had there. He's in that conversation. Whether he is or isn't, I don't know. I would still lean with MJ as far as the greatest player of all time. We don't have to get into that, but he's in the conversation. He's polarizing. You love him, or you don't like him, or you maybe you hate him but you respect him because he's taken from your team's ability to win titles through the years. You maybe don't like the way that he moved out of Cleveland into Miami and back to Cleveland and then to L.A. and all of that. You may not like some of the drama that surrounds LeBron James, but regardless, love him or hate him, you watch him and you appreciate him. Yes. And so he has had that dynamic, Nick. Stephen Curry, mostly beloved in his rise to the top of the NBA landscape, but when the Warriors got KD, the Warriors with Steph as the headliner, as much as you may have loved Steph, a lot of people started to hate the Warriors. So again, they had the love-hate thing going. Initially, totally beloved, I think, by everybody. Hey, the Warriors are contenders. Incredible, right? I mean, that is a thought that nobody, and the Bay Area folks know this, would have ever dreamed imaginable for the Warriors franchise to be at the heights that they have been for the last decade in winning 4 championships and getting to the finals and having Steph put his name in that conversation of all-time greats. What I'm getting at is it's the level of play and the greatness of those two, Steph and LeBron, but it's also the polarizing component to where you love them or hate them, but you're captivated by them and you watch them. And that's the most important thing. Does the NBA truly care about it? They just got another deal done. And, they got their streaming deal done. They got their TV deal done. They figured out how to keep Inside the NBA on another network moving forward. Like, are they fat and happy in your mind, or are they a little bit worried?
I think they're worried.
Yeah,
I think they're very worried. Now, the point about the money is very important because at least for the next few years, JD, the NBA can just look at any critic and say, well, what do you know? We just got billions upon billions of dollars. We are set for another decade at such a high level financially that it wouldn't hurt us that much right now. But there is a reason why people are not watching. And anecdotally, I grew up with my same group of friends from Orlando, Florida. JD, these are kids that followed those Shaq and Penny Magic teams all the time. They grew to love and respect the Dwight Howard teams that made some noise 10, 15 years ago. These are lifelong, in theory, NBA fans. I was out in Vegas with them a few weeks ago. And we're sitting at the table, and I mean, our entire text chat, I'm 41 years old. Our text chats now are about 90% talking about football or gambling odds, and then 10% for the guys that have kids, like we get a picture of like a 5-year-old, like at a birthday party. So there's where I am right now in life. I say all that because we're sitting there having dinner, and I looked at them and I said, well, what are you guys following right now in the NBA? Obviously, they know what I had done for so long and what I'm still going to do moving forward in the future. And, JD, they looked at me like I had 10 heads. The NBA? One of my buddies like, are you kidding me? You think I'm watching regular season basketball? And at that moment, and again, to pull the curtain back for our audience right now, you and I have talked about this for years. The ratings conversation, what's going on with the NBA. I know for a lot of people in the Bay, the thought has been, well, when Kevin Durant went to the Warriors, not just in the Bay, but in the NBA, people went, the regular season kind of lost its luster because it seemed like it was kind of a farce. That team had so much more talent than everybody else that it was kind of like, why am I going to tune in or flip on the radio to listen to these games when I know that the Warriors are just going to roll everybody? The problem for the league is they've lost those day-to-day fans that were into the product. And there are a lot of different reasons why, but I think a huge part of this is that next generation of fans, they can sit there and wake up and click on a YouTube video and watch highlights of a game in 2 or 3 minutes. With the NFL, it seems like there is importance on seemingly every play. Now, whether that's gambling, whether that's the fantasy component to all this, I think that's all part of it. But the NBA has lost so many of those fans who I grew up with, where you go, hey, what are you watching right now in the league? And aside from Steph and LeBron, and to a lesser extent Kevin Durant, there is just not an answer right now for a league that desperately needs some positivity moving forward.
There is not, and I to me it's the competitive nature of the sport, and we can get into that coming back on the other side here. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. I think you tweeted something within the last week that really resonated with me. I think you were watching a college football game, maybe when you did it, or the NFL, but it resonated with me as far as just the difference on a night-in, night-out basis. And I also think, in the Bay, we're in a little bit of a bubble because the Warriors have been so compelling and so great. Even now that they maybe aren't great in terms of record, they're still compelling because Steph is still playing at the level we saw him play last night. And I think there's this belief that the Warriors in the next 6 weeks or so are going to look to do something big that may not put them in championship contention or over the top, but is still going to make them more interesting on a day-to-day basis to the fan base here. So I think even in the Bay, we're unique as it relates to the landscape of the entire league and the future of where things stand. So we'll keep the conversation going there. It's John Dickinson and Nick Friedel in for Murph and Marcus here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, welcome back. Murph and Marcus here on a Thursday. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel in for the fellas. And we are sponsored, this segment, by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And typically in this segment, Nick, young Tony, who runs the board for the guys, we've got the great Raph Corral with us this morning doing an unbelievable job. But usually it's a segment called What Did Young Tony Learn Today? By virtue of working on the show. So, Raph, I'm going to kick it to you, my friend.
Yeah.
What have you learned working with JD and Nick here for the last 3 hours?
Well, I one thing I've learned is I need more sleep. I need to get to bed way earlier for this shift because, oh my, I don't know how Young Tone does it. It's probably because he's young.
Probably because he's young. I think although Young Tone is what, like 25 going on like 58.
Yeah.
Oh, he's an old soul. He's one of those guys, professional, old soul, buttoned up, gets the job done, Nick. But yeah, this shift regularly will. I've always said I think it takes a little off the back end, if you know what I mean, of like your life. If you're doing it on every year, I don't know how Murph has done it for over 20 years now. It's incredible.
Raph, I get it though. You can always feel it in your eyes. When you're waking up that early and you're not getting the sleep you thought, you go, oh man, this is not as good. But respect to all the people who've got that early shift and get rolling.
That's why Nick broke the camera today. We couldn't. Nick was like, right. I'm doing the show, but the camera. I didn't get the camera link today. I'm doing the show. Sorry, Mom. I know you want to see me on YouTube, but
Donna's going to have to wait. It's all good.
It's all good. She gets enough. Nicky, hey Nick. Well, inside joke there from Houston. Our time in Houston, covering the Warriors over the years. So that's all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly today. What did young Tony learn? What did young Raph learn today here on the Murph and Marcus show? Wrapping up the conversation on the ratings, and we got a Jimmy Butler update coming at the top of the hour. Jimmy Butler's agent, Nick, has spoken about the Shams report from yesterday. So we're going to read his quote.
They are not close friends, JD. Bernie Lee and Shams.
No. Okay. Well, if you didn't know that, you will know after I read the quote. But so that's coming up in like 5 minutes here. As by the way, just to let everybody know, bonus hour today of Murph and Marcus. We're actually in until 11 o'clock, and then we've got what was the name of the bowl game again? It's Pitt and Toledo. And they're playing at Ford Field. And coming up at 11, we've got the what is that called? I had it and now I lost it.
The Game Above Sports Bowl.
The Game Above Sports Bowl at Ford Field between Pitt.
Rolls right off the tongue.
That is coming up here at 11 o'clock. So we've been in for Murph and Marcus this morning, and now we're gonna be in for Papa and Silver coming up in this 10 o'clock hour here on the Sports Leader. As far as the ratings and everything relating to that goes, it really, to me, it struck a chord when you put out just the difference in competitiveness on a game-in, game-out basis between what you see on Saturdays in the fall and college football and what you see on, Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, Wednesdays, Fridays now, basically every day of the week. The NFL is playing. The game, the sport is consumed at the level that it is because it feels like every game and every play matters, even though the NFL, and we saw it yesterday on Christmas, Nick, will have some duds. The two games yesterday were not great games, but it doesn't matter because people consume it because more often than not, the games are at a minimum competitive, even if they are ugly at times.
The games matter to people on a completely different level. And JD, for those that hadn't seen that tweet, what I put out a while ago was that the difference between where college football and pro football are within this country right now and every other sport is as wide as I can ever remember that being. And part of the reason why is from my own experience. I've been lucky enough in the time I've had away from the NBA grind of which I was on for so long to travel to a lot of different college football games in the last few months. And there was a stretch right before Thanksgiving where I went to Fayetteville, Arkansas. I saw Texas and Arkansas play. I went to Baton Rouge. I saw LSU and Vanderbilt play. And then I wrapped it up in Eugene. I saw Oregon play Washington. And as I'm rattling this off, I'm realizing this is what happens when you're 41 and single. You go to random college football games all over the place.
You are a true sports aficionado, Nick. That's
right. That's a perfect way to paint it, and I appreciate you.
There's a beauty in that. And then you met up with a bunch of us in Denver, and we went to that Browns-Broncos game that had
the best Monday night game of the year.
Might have been the best game in the NFL all year.
I mean, it really was. That was a crazy, crazy game. But all of that is to say that when you see the way people respond at these college games or some of these pro games, we saw that game in Denver, and you understand the amount of passion that people have, not only to watch the game, but JD, when there's one game a week, that fan base, whether it's college or pro, their entire week is centered around getting to that game or watching to that game or listening to that game. The intensity is just not there nearly the same way in the NBA as it used to be, aside from, as you said, the bubble in the Bay or Los Angeles or maybe New York City with the Knicks or in Boston with the Celtics. It's not to say that there aren't fans of all these other teams. It's just that pride and that passion and the need to watch every second of every game, it's not where it once was. And the problem for the NBA, and this goes back to what the conversation we had started to get into, is that as you start to move forward, I don't think there's a way for them to bring it back, because I just don't believe with all the entertainment options that are available and all the different possibilities that people have now, that if you're turning on an NBA game and it's not competitive, there's another one in 2 days. I mean, who cares? On top of the fact that we know that the playoffs are what all these teams are building towards. If you lose a regular season game in January in the NBA, big deal. You play again either the next night or 2 nights later. It just doesn't have the importance within our society that it used to, and it really makes me kind of sad, but the NBA only has themselves to blame because they've lost what made them great year after year, day after day, and it was what people wanted to watch, a compelling product. And I think in far too many markets now, it's just not that during the regular season.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as this is all sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, full service, total trust, as we get into this 10 o'clock hour, the Papa and Silver hour of the proceedings here, and our final hour as we get you up to the Pitt-Toledo game at 11 o'clock here on the Sports Leader. How does it change in terms of like? How do they have to shorten the season? Do they have to? I mean, and you don't want to do that because you're giving up dates and giving up dates in these buildings costs money. Dates in terms of the TV revenue costs money. I'm just not sure how you force a higher level of competition, because depending upon who you speak to, Nick. And sometimes it is just true NBA stans that will say, "Hey, you're viewing it incorrectly. You're wrong. You're the crazy one. The product's great. The product's great." You hear a lot of the product's great. It's never been better, but that doesn't meet the eye test or the data in terms of the ratings.
Completely, it's not translating, JD. If the product was as compelling as it's ever been, and you and I talk to a lot of the same people, and we hear from fans, then people would be watching it far more than they are. That is why this discussion of ratings and LeBron coming out and saying what he did last night, that this is still our day, meaning the NBA, that's why you're seeing this kind of fervent passion appear. But if there wasn't a problem, people would be watching in higher numbers, and there wouldn't be this narrative outside of the game. And there are a lot of different layers to this particular conversation, but what I go back to on top of did Kevin Durant going to the Warriors screw up the regular season for so many people, I'd go back a lot of years earlier than that. JD, David Stern knew exactly what was happening when the Spurs and Greg Popovich decided to sit all of his stars for that national television game. I believe it was against Miami.
Yeah, it was in Miami after they'd played in the finals.
Exactly. And Popovich sat, I believe it was Tony Parker and Ginobili, and I think Tim Duncan was still on the team at that point. And David Stern fined the Spurs like $250,000 because he knew way before so many others that once you start taking away the importance of the stars being out there night to night, once that starts to erode, that is very bad for the product on the whole. So the answer to your question on how do they fix it, how do you make people care about something that they seem to be losing interest in, if you're not going to cut the season and shave games away, and I don't think they are because of the revenue that pours in from them, you've got to do a better job on making sure that your stars are available anytime that they are healthy. And that's what I think the NBA in this silver era has kind of lost sight of. The players seem to be making more of the decisions like, I don't feel like playing today. And that maybe started much more 6, 7, 8 years ago, but that has filtered into fans' feelings of, why am I paying to go watch this game? Or why am I going to go out of my way to spend 2.5 hours to watch this game knowing that I don't even know if my favorite player is going to be out there? So first and foremost, if you won't cut the schedule, you have to do a better job of enforcing when guys are going to be out there and playing to the best of their capabilities. And that's what I think the NBA has lost such a big chunk of, which is the public's trust that the best players will be out there each night.
No, well said. And to the point, in comparison with the NFL, it's just not the case because, the culture of that league, sometimes to the detriment of the individual player, is you're playing. You're playing unless you have a significant injury, you're playing because the games are so precious, and also the contracts are not fully guaranteed for most, if not all. Obviously, there are some guarantees, but the level of guarantee, I think, changes the game there. And the owners in the NFL and the CBA and the NFL, they've never given that up. And anytime on the grand scale you have that hanging over the players, they're always going to be fighting to stay on the field and get that next game check in a meaningful way. I teased Jimmy Butler's agent, Bernie Lee. I got to admit, though, I falsely teased it. I falsely teased it. The comment for effect. We're having it for effect. Bernie Lee declined to comment actually on the Shams report. As the Miami Herald, Anthony Chiang, Butler's relationship with the team, he writes, has become somewhat strained in recent months. Butler's agent, Bernie Lee, has declined to comment on ESPN's latest report. A source who has spoken to multiple teams told the Miami Herald that Butler is considered available on the trade market. Butler was non-committal when asked earlier this month if he wants to remain with the Heat. So all of that to tell me that I think Shams was on point with this one. He wants out.
No doubt. And JD, it's so rare anymore when these stories start to build up, and we've heard the drumbeat of it for months now, specific to Jimmy and wanting out of Miami, maybe not publicly coming out and saying as much because, of course, now in the NBA there's a fine that would come and everything else. But go back to his time in Minnesota. Remember the interview with Rachel Nichols that he did?
Oh, yeah.
When you hear those types of stories appear, it's only a matter of time. So
well, were you there the night? I apologize for interrupting you. I mean, were you? I mean, you talk about it. I mean, you were there the night. I think we both were. Maybe it was. Were you there the night that Jimmy Butler quit in Sacramento? Like he literally quit and then got traded the next day. Like
I was not at that game, but
okay. The years were getting the. But you remember it, right?
I remember the whole scene of all of it. And what's hilarious, thinking back to that specific moment with Jimmy, I'll give you another example. I believe the last game that James Harden played for the Brooklyn Nets was another game you and I were at in Sacramento. Because he had just kind of had enough. It was like, I'm out of here. I don't want to be here anymore with this group. I want to find a different direction.
That was the game the Kings won by 40, right? They were.
That's exactly right. And,
yeah. And Mike Brown's
the Nets
first
are standing
couple of
around
weeks.
the locker room going, I don't know if this works. I don't know if this is going to happen for us. But anytime, especially in the NBA, that a player starts to make this known, or even if the player isn't speaking directly, the agent is, and even if the agent declines comment, if these types of stories become known in league circles, it's only a matter of time before the deal gets finalized somewhere. Now, to the point about the Warriors and Jimmy, is it a fit? Yes. Do I think that you would make that deal and think, all right, well, this is the move that gets us over that hump and back into championship contention? I don't believe so. Not at the stage of the career that Jimmy's at, with the health of his knees and how much trouble he's had staying on the floor in recent years. But I can tell you right now, knowing Jimmy the way I do and having been around Steph and Draymond for years, the fit personality-wise, it would work. And how much of a runway those three would have together, we'll see. But that team would be fun as hell to be around because of the egos in play and the level of play that they could bring out of one another.
Well, let's roll on and kind of reset the conversation from a little bit earlier as it relates to where the Warriors stand right now. We'll do that coming up next. Steph and LeBron put on a show at Chase, but the Warriors are going in the wrong direction. Losers now of 11 of the last 14, and I think the pressure is mounting in many different forms right now for Golden State to do something more than Dennis Schroeder. We'll get into all of that coming up. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are at an inflection point after the 115-113 Christmas night loss to the Lakers. You can check out the entire episode of Dubs OT wherever you get your KNBR podcast, that podcast and more, trending now on KNBR.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel, KNBR, the sports leader, in for Papa and Silver now here for the next hour as we get you closer to some college football coming up here on the leader. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open as well here, Nick. And Warriors getting to the point, losing last night 115-113, where they got to start looking at trying to do something significant in terms of another additional move. As the Warriors are one game over 500 from 12-3. They are now 15-14, 3-11 in the last 14 games, and just not able to win the close ones. Another clutch loss. Warriors 8-11 in 19 clutch games after a 5-2 start to the season. So 3-9 in the last 12 clutch games. They got it from Steph Curry last night. They got it from Andrew Wiggins really up until the stretch drive of the game. But other than that, the Warriors still not getting enough up and down the roster after the depth was so important to leading them out to the 12-3 start. You've got a players-led meeting before the game where Stephen Curry gets up and speaks to the urgency at hand right now, Nick. I mean, this thing feels on the brink of potential explosion if the Warriors can't either, one, right the ship and get it going in the other direction, or two, make a move that just shakes everything up for a period of time to buy time for this team to start to figure it out again.
JD, as we've talked through all the different problems the Warriors are facing, both on the floor, in the front office, deciding which direction to go, and we've gone through our show, I'm more convinced than ever that the big trade is coming. Because I don't believe that you can walk into the second half of the season and go into the All-Star break coming up here in a few weeks, especially in San Francisco, and go, oh yeah, we feel good about our chances. This team, as it's built, just is not good enough. The Schroeder move, ultimately, I believe, will be a good one. He will find more of a rhythm with Steph and Draymond. It takes time for anybody coming into a new system to find their way, but even more so with this group in Kerr's offense, because there's a certain way you have to play in order to have success around Steph and what he does for that team. But if you're Steph Curry and you're Draymond Green and you're looking at the idea of being on another mediocre team that has to maybe fight to get into the play-in or squeak into those last couple seeds in the West, you have to make another move. I know the Warriors wanted to keep their young pieces in place and find ways for them to have continued growth. I just don't see that growth being able to catch up to where they are as a collective group with Steph at the top. And if that's the case, JD, and they continue to lose a few more games, or they win a couple or they lose a couple, then you have to take the big swing. Because Steph is not getting any younger. Those knees aren't getting any better. When you start hearing not only team meetings, that's always a red flag, but the story that came out a few weeks ago where he's saying, I'm dealing with some knee pain here and there. That does not get easier through time. The best version of this group is now, and that's why I believe before that deadline comes, Mike Dunleavy and that front office is going to take a much bigger swing than we're used to seeing them in this moment.
Well, I'm with you on that. I think another deal is coming. I don't know the timeline of it, although, as I've said a bunch of different times on Dubs OT here on KNBR after each and every game, I don't know that the Warriors can wait until too close to the deadline. One, because I think other teams are going to be looking to make moves, and there was a report I was just reading during the last break from Shams that the Lakers are open to moving. And moving first-round picks, as many as 3 first-round picks in a trade, if they think they can improve the current current state of their squad. So there are other teams. I mean, Sacramento's in shambles right now at 13 and 17, in a worse position than the Warriors are, and they went and signed DeMar DeRozan in the offseason, thought they were going to be top 4 team in the West. Hasn't worked out for them. Point I'm getting at is there are other teams that are going to be looking to make moves. Houston's looking to make a move. Denver's looking to make moves. You can't be waiting around, in part because other teams may jump the Warriors in line, but also when you make a move as significant as the ones we're talking about, Nick, you need enough time for it to be able to gel. And I think if you get all the way to February, that's basically the All-Star break. And then you've got 25 or so games left to try and cobble it together. And the way the Warriors are trending right now, they may be on the brink of missing the play-in tournament at that point. You're essentially right back where you were these last couple of years, only with a completely new team mid-season to try and figure out how the heck you're going to make a run. In a lot of ways, you're setting yourself back to set yourself forward, and you may not have enough time to get there.
JD, you're stuck. I mean, if you're the Warriors right now in this moment, you are stuck. The first part here is I agree with you completely. If you're going to make the move, make it sooner than later because, and this goes back to Steph, because he is the universe, as we all know, of that team, and everything centers around him. You need time for that player or those players to come in and learn how they can get the best out of their own games and out of his game with him on the floor. That part is up top. The secondary part to this, and I think the interesting part of the conversation to me, especially covering all those Warriors teams for all those years, is it Bradley Beal? Is it somebody else? We heard Markkanen's name pop up over the summer. Can he be the guy? What would concern me most if you're Dunleavy, if you're a member of the fan base, is I don't see that player who could come in and take them from wherever they are right now in the middle all the way back up to the top. Now, is that a point where you go, well, you can't make a move, you shouldn't make a move, don't trade your assets? No, I don't believe that. I agree with you fundamentally in that regard as well. If you can make a move to improve your team with Steph and Draymond at the point that they're at in their careers, you do it, and you don't worry about what may happen 3 or 4 years down the line. My concern, though, is I don't think the Jimmy Butler move gets you to that much of a different place than where you might be able to be if you keep everybody else intact and you improve incrementally throughout the rest of the year. Is there another name out there that catches your ear that you think, all right, this guy could really be a difference maker? We'll see. But I really think the Warriors are stuck in a rough spot because to get whatever player you would in return, you're going to have to give up a ton. And I feel like you're going to be on a carousel that ultimately gets you to the same place.
Yeah, and look, Cam Johnson's the guy that I think is not a star player, but is a high-end role player and starter in the league that I think would complement Wiggins' game well. I think it would complement Steph Curry's game well. I think it complements Draymond Green's game well. I think, and again, I would trade Kuminga for Cam Johnson because I think, one, Cam Johnson's a better player than Jonathan Kuminga right now, point blank, end of story. And yes, I know there's salary machinations that have to be worked out because Cam Johnson makes 22.5 and Kuminga makes 7.6. But I think that's the kind of player that can help this Warriors team while not being a star. To me, you go make that move and try to get a big man that can score a little bit inside or out and balance the rest of the roster out that way. That, to me, is the incremental in-season potential improvement to be made. The issue, though, is they have been, the Warriors, reluctant to look to move Kuminga for anything less than not a star, a superstar. right? It's Paul George, although there were reports they didn't want to do it then. It's Jimmy Butler. It's Giannis. At some point, you have to come down off of that and be a little bit more realistic and accept the fact that there are. Cam Johnson's 28. It's not like he's old, and he's over 40% from three, and he shoots a lot of threes per game. And again, I think he's the kind of player that would alleviate some of the pressure from Steph. I think he would complement, again, Wiggins well, but you'd have to be sending multiple players out in an attempt to bring him back.
I like the Cam Johnson addition in a perfect world, JD. I like the Cam Johnson move. If it was Kuminga, that would be at the focal point, or be the focal point of a Warriors package going the other direction. I can tell you, having been around that Nets team, especially right there when they made that move, that they loved Bridges. They weren't going to do that deal without Bridges being included. But a huge reason that they finally made that trade when Durant went to Phoenix and the Nets hit the button on the full rebuild is because that team loved what Cam Johnson brought. He had the ability to hit the three, as you mentioned, and he was consistent from the outside. But he had the temperament of a guy who was willing to fit into whatever the framework was of the team he was coming into. I only covered Kuminga for a couple years. He was coming into the league, and I'm sure he's at a different place now in year 4 as he's gone through. As I watch from a distance now, though, it has always felt like, and you have hit on this several times this morning, that Kuminga kind of plays his way, and if they win, great, and if they don't, well, okay, and has not fit in all the way to the way that you play on the Warriors with Steph Curry. And it's been noted many, many times in the last couple of years. What is the reason? Kerr's talked about it over and over again in his various media sessions. But if you are looking for a player not only to impact you shooting on the floor, spacing things out, being a longer defender up top on the perimeter, you're getting that in Cam Johnson, and a guy who is going to completely buy into what that team has. Monty Williams loved him. Jacques Vaughn, before he got bounced, he loved him. I think that he is that fit that can make the group better. I just don't know how much better, as good as he is, they're going to be, because we're so used to the Warriors contending at the highest possible level.
Yeah, I think he's the kind of player, and we'll keep the conversation going on that note. He's the kind of player that I think doesn't get them over the top, but does improve them, and you're not necessarily going to have to give up as much as you would have to give up for Jimmy Butler or for another star. And I think you could put that move with another move and have a better shot at cohesively merging a team together in season. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And look, I joked about it earlier, and we'll get into it coming back here, but I'm at the point where it's almost YOLO time if you're the Warriors. And no, you don't want to give up all your young players and all your future picks. That's a big part of the reason why the Warriors have not made a trade of consequence other than the Schroeder deal here in recent time. But I think they're at a point where they have to do something as this thing continues to mimic what we saw last year and 2 years ago, which is this frustratingly mediocre squad that has no shot at making a run right now. I mean, hell, they look like a team in these last 14 games that's going to be out of the play-in tournament completely, and that was after it looked really promising the first 15 games of the season. So we'll roll on that. We got a couple real quick. Yeah.
Real quick, JD, I would only say this. It's the old Parcells quote. You are what your record says you are. And 100%. Way too often in these last couple of years, the Warriors are this mediocre team that can't seem to get out of that pace of win some, lose some, and get to a different level.
Well, and look, they wasted the 12-3. I think the best case scenario for them would have been this record and the ability to make a move from a position of strength with a quality record. Now they come off almost as having to make a move from a position of desperation. But we'll get into coming up why that should not prevent them from making a move. So, because that I think is the worst possible outcome for this team as it currently sits with that record at 15-14. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel here on the Sports Lead.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Nick Friedel in here on KNBR. Been a blast here. Big thanks to Matt Mayoko. Big thanks to Mike Krukow, who joined us earlier on in the program. We're getting you closer to some college football here. Pitt and Toledo coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour as we were fully in the bowl season swing. Warriors trying to figure out what they're going to do now at 15-14 after the 12-3 start. And we've been discussing it throughout the morning. Warriors lose another close one, inability to execute down the stretch. Really everybody not named Steph Curry, Nick, not getting the job done. Horrifically bad defense on the final possession after the Steph heroics and hitting two just mind-boggling three-pointers to tie the game around some Laker free throws. And Austin Reeves puts the Warriors in the loss column for the 9th time in their last 12 clutch games. All adding up to the Warriors and the pressure mounting. By the way, Dennis Schroeder, it has not looked good for Schroeder and the Warriors here after he was acquired. I think he was acquired to take some of the heat off of Stephen Curry. It has not clicked, Nick, to early on here. And, different players. And look, Steve Kerr's confident that I'm reluctant to even say this, because these two players are very different. But I'm getting like early Kelly Oubre vibes.
Oh, no. Oh, I was afraid you were going that direction, JD.
Like a guy, and again, they're very different players, but and Oubre obviously he is kind of a quick-tempered guy. Although, again, I will say, Schroeder at different points in his career has been, he's somebody, there's a reason he's been on a lot of different teams. Part of it is other teams have wanted him for sure. And I'm not going down that route at this point. And look, Steve, before the game last night, is a little early, I think, to be too concerned, but it has not looked right in these first 3 and now 4 games. I know he hit a couple of threes early in the game last night. Steve basically said, hey, he's too good a player and all of that, and he'll figure it out. Too smart of a player, he's good on defense and all that. But, I think the Warriors were looking and hoping for it to be a little bit more plug-and-play, even stylistically, if it isn't the most seamless fit.
That's exactly right. And the big warning sign here is that they thought they would make this move with Schroeder, who's been all over the league, played in all types of different world competitions, of which Kerr noted when they brought him in, and he would be able to find success instantly. That has not been the case. Now, JD, the reason I think, although I have to give you credit, I like where your head was going with the comparison, but the reason I think it's different is Schroeder has much more of a track record of being able to help teams get to a different place and stack together some wins. Kelly, Oubre,
they're just different players. Schroeder's
exactly, and with Oubre, I think the biggest problem was, and you and I sat and watched so many of those games that year, he would sit in the corner and get all kinds of open 3-point looks, and he just couldn't knock them down. For Schroeder, so much of what I'm sure he'll be continually asked to do is just get out there and keep the offense moving, get the rhythm going, find the open guy if it's Steph or somebody else and make the right pass. And then when you get those chances, hit the shots that are available. I still think it was a solid move. The problem for the Warriors is they thought that, as you said very well, it was a plug and play. It hasn't been, and it hasn't given the lift from a win-loss standpoint that anybody would have thought, at least to this point. Now you start looking at that next move when your first move hasn't given the jolt of energy in the locker room that you hoped. I think if you're the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy, you now have to make that move, as you and I have been saying throughout the day. You have to make it even earlier because the first move hasn't had the desired effect.
Pat Riley has released a statement. So we've been following this Jimmy Butler saga here throughout the course of the morning and through the last few weeks, and Butler's agent declining to comment on the Shams report that Jimmy Butler wants out of Miami when preferred to be out. Pat Riley's statement, I'm reading this via Mark Stein, but I think it was released to everyone. We usually don't comment on rumors, but all this speculation has become a distraction to the team, and it's not fair to the players and coaches. Therefore, we will make it clear we are not trading Jimmy Butler. End quote. Pat Riley, ladies and gentlemen.
It's reached a different level when you get a Riley statement. That is telling in and of itself. I would only hesitate on, as much as Riley's word is respected and there seems to be a finality there, JD. I was sitting in a press conference room in Denver, Colorado about 2 years ago when
he told you to get a grip. Oh.
Yeah, well, I've been told a lot of different things in a lot of different press conference rooms, but specific to Steve Nash, he comes out flatly in front of all the cameras and the microphones, and he says, "We are not trading James Harden." And then 3 or 4 days later, they traded James Harden. So you can say that, you can hope, especially if you're Riley, that you pull those distractions off of the radar for a little while, and everybody, in theory, can go back to playing and focusing on basketball. Again, though, history tells us in the NBA, where there's smoke, there's fire as it pertains to trade rumors. It's all well and good the day after Christmas when you're trying to get ready for a game and you're trying to make a winning streak kind of appear out of thin air, because in a lot of ways, JD, the Heat are exactly in the same place that the Warriors are. It's kind of meandering through the regular season, hoping that they can find their way back into the good graces going into the postseason. But I'm not buying, even if you're Pat Riley, that your word on December 26th is the same word and final answer that it may be a couple days before the deadline.
Well, wait until Jimmy Butler flat out quits in a game for you, like he did in Minnesota.
That won't go over too well in Miami.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that he's been less available here in recent times is part of what drew Pat Riley's ire in the exit meetings here going back to last spring. So, yeah, Pat Riley's statement, quote, "We usually don't comment on rumors, but all this speculation has become a distraction to the team and not fair to the players and coaches. Therefore, we will make it clear we are not trading Jimmy Butler." End quote. Final segment straight ahead here on this Thursday. I'm going to tell you what that really means coming up next here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, final segment, college football coming up at the top of the hour. Been a blast here for these last 4 hours. Big thanks to our guy, Raf Corral, doing it solo in our San Francisco studios. And Nick, it's a pleasure, my man. It's been a couple of years since we've had the opportunity to do this in our prior radio lives. But it's been fun, my man. We one more segment to go. I don't want to phone it in early here. I don't want to pull a Jimmy Butler and like quit on the show before it's over. But
I missed you, buddy. It's always good to be with you.
Yeah, it is. It has been a lot of fun. Pat Riley, by the way, again reiterating the statement, commenting on the rumors, as Riley says, quote, "We usually don't comment on rumors, but all this speculation has become a distraction to the team, and it's not fair to the players and coaches. Therefore, we will make it clear we are not trading Jimmy Butler," end quote. Translation, give me a call right now in the Miami Heat offices. Text me. Give me your best offers. Best offers. I will take all best offers right now. To me, that's what that means, is like to the teams that are serious, be serious about it. And I think the negotiating ramps up at this particular point in time, because I feel like Jimmy Butler, when he's right, is a Pat Riley kind of a player. Jimmy Butler, when he's checked out, is the complete opposite of a Pat Riley kind of a player.
I think the key in the next few weeks to watch, JD, is what kind of effort is Jimmy giving night to night? Because you are right on with the Jimmy-Riley relationship. And I know firsthand, having talked to Jimmy about this, there ain't anybody he respects more in that role. And Riley has all the titles and all the history from the Lakers days and what he accomplished in Miami, and he had that moment in New York. He got them to the finals. Jimmy respects people who have won at the highest level and who put in the work. Where Jimmy Butler has had problems in his past is when guys who are around him and executives who are around him, he doesn't feel are putting in the type of work that he is putting in on a daily basis to make himself the player that he's become. So, if you believe that Jimmy is going to stay in Miami at least for the next couple months, and potentially, although that seems like a pipe dream at this point, long term, just watch the way he plays. Because if he comes in and he puts in the type of level and he's capable of playing at an all-star level still, night after night, then maybe Miami can right the ship, and maybe Riley's statement will hold over the course of the next few months prior to the deadline. If you see Jimmy in these next few games when he is out there, just kind of going through the motions, and you nailed the Sacramento story. If he's just kind of going through it, you'll know that the trade is going to appear. Because if you're Pat Riley and Jimmy Butler, as strong-willed as both of those guys are, and as much ego is in play for both of those guys, there is no way that they will professionally stay together if either one feels like the work is not at the center of everything that they're doing.
The other big headline, I think, moving forward here, as great as last night's game was, as entertaining as it was with the heroics from Steph Curry, and you've got Steph and LeBron, going at it down the stretch and hugging it out before the game, and just a lot of the love between those two. As much as that was a part of the story, I think this players only or player led meeting, I want to specify, before the game, where Steph Curry speaks up and talks, I think that is not nothing by any stretch of the imagination. And again, we talked about it earlier. To me, when a team has those kinds of meetings, they are on the brink. It doesn't mean they're going to get there, but they are on the brink of fracture, something dramatic needing to happen to steer or turn the ship. And so I think that is worth monitoring. As you mentioned about Jimmy Butler, what Jimmy Butler do the Heat get moving forward after this adamant statement, at least on the surface, from Pat Riley? I think what kind of effort the Warriors give after Steph Curry speaks up and speaks out is worth monitoring here, as behind the scenes Mike Dunleavy looks to potentially make a move that can improve this thing. And then on top of that, Nick, you've got Steve Kerr post-game saying, yeah, Steph might not play one of the next two games as they go to L.A. tomorrow and play at home against Phoenix on Saturday, with the games really piling up here over the next couple of weeks after the Warriors had a little bit of a break in the schedule due to the in-season tournament. So, I mean, all of these things, I think, are you're going to have to keep a real strong eye toward here moving forward.
JD, first of all, when Kerr says, well, Steph may sit out one of these next two games, usually that means Steph is sitting out one of these next two games. So, if you're a ticket holder for the game in L.A. or back at Chase Center, good luck to you, because the odds aren't particularly high that you'll see him out there both times. But to the point about Steph, you and I have both covered him for a long time. Steph is the type of leader who leads usually through example first. Those guys in that locker room for years love Steph Curry, not only because of the greatness that he shows as a shooter and what he's done game after game for years. It's because he's not going to get in anybody's face and belittle anyone and talk down to anyone. So I am with you completely. The fact that Steph spoke up in the manner in which he did, that is not something we're used to seeing from him time after time. I'll be curious over these next few weeks how that young group, especially the group of younger players that the Warriors are seeking more from, responds to it.
Yeah, no, that's well said. And regardless, I mean, it is going to be worth watching and keeping tabs on here moving forward. And again, the Warriors' schedule is no joke in terms of games. They play Friday, Saturday, Monday. They get a little 2-day break around New Year's, but then they're right back at it. A lot of home games coming up. Only that Clippers game on the road. They've got one trip in the middle of January that's a 4-gamer. And then they're right back home for 8 of 9, I believe it is. And the 9th one is in Sacramento, the one road game among that group. So they are not, though, Nick, making the most of it here at the beginning of this stretch, which started on Monday at 0-2 with the loss to Indiana and the Lakers. Nick, great stuff, my man. Really appreciate you, my friend. Great to do this. Hope we get an opportunity to do it again here down the line. But thank you, sir.
You and me both, buddy. I enjoyed the hell out of it. Thanks to Raph for putting it together, and it was great. being with you and going through all these different parts of what makes the Bay Area sports scene so solid.
For Raph and Nick, I'll talk to you on Dubs OT tomorrow as you listen to KNBR, the sports leader.
And we'll see what happens at the end of the game. Let's go.
From Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan, this is the Game Above Sports Bowl. Today, the Pittsburgh Panthers of the Atlantic Coast Conference take on the Toledo Rockets of the Mid-American Conference. Now, with the call of today's game, here are Kyle Wiggs, John Denton, and Adam Jaxa.
And good afternoon. Bowl season continues with this matchup between 7-5 Pitt and 7-5 Toledo. I'm Kyle Wiggs. John Denton is alongside. And, John, we've got news right off the bat with injuries concerning Pitt, specifically the quarterback Eli Holstein's been a revelation this year, the transfer from Alabama, the redshirt freshman, but he's out today. So are his offense, 2,228 yards passing, 466 yards rushing, and 20 total touchdowns.
Yeah, and they've got to start a redshirt freshman walk-on, David Lynch, who's thrown 9 passes all year. What that means for Pitt is a lot of pressure on the Pitt defense and a secondary that gave up 3,100 yards. All of a sudden, the momentum or the advantage pendulum swings toward Toledo and their good quarterback, Tucker Gleason.
Third member of our broadcast team today is Adam Jaxa. He's down on the field.
Hey guys, across the Detroit River in Canada, they would say Happy Boxing Day today, but here in the Motor City, we're going to say Happy Bowling Day for Toledo and Pitt. Guys, this is a classic case of who wants to be here more because it's two teams that had higher expectations. Remember, Pitt started 7-0. They were ranked as high as 18th in the polls, and then they've now lost 5 straight. You got to go back to October 24th, the last time the Panthers won a game against Syracuse. And remember, for Toledo, they've been here in Detroit the last couple of years. They were playing in the MAC championship. They were picked to be one of those two teams this year. That not the case. So, two teams that had loftier expectations. They end here, though, in the Game Above Sports Bowl, and we'll see as they play for the seniors one last time who wants it more.
Both teams 7-5. Pitt won the opening coin toss, deferred to the second half. So it will be Toledo getting the ball here in just a couple of moments. Also joining us today from our bowl season studios, Hoppy Kercheval and Brad Howe. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kyle. Thank you. Brad, if bowl season was a bell curve, the next couple of days would be the midpoint with all these games, right?
Well, you're exactly right. 16 bowl games coming up over the next 3 days, and our next one after this Pitt-Toledo game will be Rutgers and Kansas State coming up in the Rate Bowl from Chase Field in Arizona. Now, Rutgers head coach Greg Schiano, 6-2 in bowl games. Flip over to the other side, quarterback Avery Johnson for Kansas State. He's a load when he gets running there with the football, so that'll be fun out in the desert.
It's like a regular season.
Almost, Hop.
Yeah, all right. We'll be with you all afternoon, but right now, let's get ready for the start of the Game Above Sports Bowl between Pitt and Toledo. Here again, Kyle Wiggs, John Denton, and Adam Jaxa, guys.
All right, thanks, Hoppy. The starting lineup's brought to you by Tappet. Understand how going cashless builds loyalty, engages fans, and boosts your bottom line.